Welcome, you beautiful bastards, to my so-called shows. And I have with me Fandad Menace with his "Yeah Boy" slogan, and the Inside Man
Yoo-hoo.
with his Cornetto avatar. How you doing, gentlemen?
Very
Great.
good. Cool as beans.
Yep, and thank you, Lord Toxic, Ray Terry, Tony K, and who else is in there? Yep, just them for the moment, and thank you for joining
Aegis.
us. And
Aegis
so
is in the
far,
house.
no critical at the moment. He's being held up, but hopefully, if he gets a chance, he can join us tonight and really talk through this really fucking absolute classic, which is now 20 years old. I mean, it's damn, time flies by. And that is Edgar Wright's classic Rom-Com, Shaun of the Dead.
Stole my line, you bastard.
Yeah, well, that's the official slogan, isn't it? So we've all stolen it. We've all stolen it. But yeah, just before I ask my panel all about this, where the first came about this movie, it was obvious because it was obviously for me, I was still at high school and it came out just out of nowhere, right around the same time the 2004 Dawn of the Dead movie was releasing, and I saw the adverts and I thought this looks good, but I had not seen Spaced, so I still didn't get some of the references, but I still loved this movie when I saw it. And Fandad, when was the first time you came about this movie?
I'm not. It's another one that I'm not entirely sure. I just remember watching it at the very least, once a year, like since forever. I have watched Spaced back in the day. It's something that I really need to revisit soon because you can see the threads are there that
Yeah.
sort of the fundamental foundations of what brought Shaun of the Dead to the big screen. Edgar Wright and all his ilk.
Yeah, and it's you can see they've got this style as well where every single tiny insignificant seeming moment ends up being like a setup to some kind of payoff. And
Yeah, there's too much going on the screen to watch this movie once or twice. You
yeah,
could watch it for the rest of your life and probably still pick up on little things because they're the type of guys to just jam pack so much cultural reference because that's what their lives have been steeped in. And here we have it. Yeah, boy, Shaun of the Dead, a satirical look at modern Britain as it was back in 2004, realised through the employment of hordes of undead flesh-eating ghouls, which in turn represent the mindless consumerist culture of the lower classes, seen through the eyes of protagonists Ed and Shaun, two hapless wannabe adults. It's a timeless tale of love, life, death, romance, life, death, and love, the likes of which we've never seen the likes of which. I thank you.
fucking hell, that's
Well said.
yeah. So Inside Man, when's the first time you came about this movie?
Well, first time I heard about it, I was actually working on something else, working on some other project, and I heard it was a zombie movie, and I thought, oh God, what's this? Um, I thought this is going to be pretty bad, and then um, because I think at that time, I don't think we weren't going through a particularly good period of British horror movies, I think. But then I found out it was Simon Pegg and Edgar Wright. And then I got a call out of the blue to work on it just briefly, very, very briefly. And that was the first time I heard about it. First time I saw it was in the cinema, and I couldn't believe what I was watching. I thought, this is just amazing. Yeah. Um, and yeah, Fandad's absolutely right. I mean, the threads are all there for, from space to everything is there. In fact, I believe that this was inspired by an episode of Space, one in the first season. I think I can't swear to it, but I think they did an
Yeah.
episode.
Episode
Well,
3, I think it was. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't it
yeah.
they were sort of whizzing off
Bring it
their
up now if
tits
you
or
want.
something? Yeah, they were when they whizzing off their tits on speed or
Yeah.
something,
Yeah, and
and they were
he's been
playing.
playing Resident Evil fucking all night as well, and
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. Yeah.
yeah, Mike's fucking running around the tree going. Cracks me up that. But and yeah, I'll get the clip up now. It's I just love this program. I do, and you can
Yeah.
really see what made them want to do this as well, just about
Yeah.
this clip. So yeah, let me. I will get the screen shared. Give me a second.
Huge fans of George Romero as well, aren't they?
Oh yeah, everything. Lucio Fulci, everything. Dario Argentino. I mean, they wear their influences on their fucking sleeve. They really do, and Spaced is really evident of this as well, because there's even references you wouldn't get until you watch it, like that show, like the 10th, 100th time, because it's so well done. So yeah, let's get that on.
Oh man.
You want a piece of me? Let me get some. Heads up. Oh, shit.
Hiya.
Don't sneak up on me like that.
Want a cup of tea?
Yes. Oh man.
Yeah, great.
Slice of fried gold.
There's a slice of fried gold.
Jessica Hines, wasn't it?
Yeah, Jessica. Yeah, back when she was called Jessica Stevenson.
Aye.
Yeah, I
That's
think
right,
she was still Jessica Hines legally. I think she was married maybe after the second series, but she still went by Stevenson as a stage name. I might be wrong there. But yeah, they had some really good chemistry. And as soon as I saw Space, I'm like, oh, now I get what this whole Yvonne Pearson is all about. And
Yeah.
she's not the only cameo from Space to get on there. Tyres is on there.
Yeah.
You know, Marsh is on there as well.
Yeah.
And
Hello.
yeah.
What was that?
You little brat. Fuck off.
It's like being there in the flesh.
But it's funny how when you look at this, you think this is just some really cheap knockoff of Dawn of the Dead, but no, it's so much more layered than you think. It's so much more smarter and
Oh, it's meticulous, is what it is.
Yeah,
I
think
mean,
it's
I
far
mean,
far
there's
more.
even
It's definitely far more sophisticated than I thought it was going to be. And
yeah, no,
you know, there
I
are
did as
so many
well.
different levels to it. You know, so many levels to this movie.
I think part of the influence here as well was the fact that Edgar Wright completely missed the. You'd probably remember it yourselves, the whole foot and mouth disease thing that we had back in the 90s. And apparently Edgar Wright had kind of missed it for the first 2 weeks, was completely unaware of what was going on. And he put that kind of into Shaun of the Dead, where these two hadn't a clue that there was a zombie apocalypse happening right outside their front door until it was pretty much too late to do anything about it. You know.
Shit, man, the foot and mouth thing. Yeah, that's been a while. That though, I think I was still really too young to remember exactly pinpoint most memories during that time, though. But yeah, maybe you probably have a good point there about that. But it's actually I have nothing else to add to that. But yes, I probably will move on unless you got something else to add to that, Fan Dad.
No, it's just a little bit of trivia. Let's crack on.
Yeah, because and if you watch all the extras as well, there's a scene where there's a featurette where it's just them standing above this bloody clipboard, this drawing board as well, just throwing all these ideas that they've had written down for the film, and it's very fascinating to watch how these two guys actually work whenever they're trying to create something, and it's probably a good thing for future screenwriters and script writers to
Mm.
try as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very much a sort of tried and tested method now. I mean, a lot of people do use that. They use like a card system, a colored card system. So, you'll have all the characters on a particular card, and then you'll on a particular colored card, and then you'll have situations and turning points on different colored cards, and what those situations and turning points would be. Um, yeah, so it's not much different to how people do. A lot of people do actually tackle their original ideas and scripts now. You know, very much a writing room kind of thing. You know.
Yeah. So yeah, Solar Toxic still on hurricane duty. Heart goes out to the people who's been affected by this. I really hope things get back on track soon.
Mm.
And yeah, Shaun the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and Paul are my go-to movies at any time. I've seen them so many times. Yeah, I don't think I've watched Paul as much though, but it's still okay. Still okay. It does lack Edgar Wright's little flair though. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. I doubt Tony Kill will be doing an interview with the Outcasts, but I don't know if you ever have to do an interview with someone, do it with Lance. You are talking to some mainstream fucking bought by the fucking extreme left, stooge or anything. Lance is very independent, so yeah. There's worse people you can be interviewed by, but
Mhm.
I'll let you. That's up to you, man. That is completely up to you. Do you do that in your own time. And yeah, I will try and check out the trainer as well if I can find it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and if I like it or think it's okay, or even if I hate it, I'll still try and promote it for you, man. Okay, in some way anyway. So yeah, um, did you see the Shaun the Dead cameo in Land of the Dead? Yes, I did, because after this film, George A. Romeo loved this film so much he gave
Mm,
Edgar and Sean Simon Pegg cameo in that film as two zombies that caged up and chained.
mm,
It's not a very subtle cameo though, but it's still a welcome one.
mm.
Yeah, and yeah, I think we will just fucking jump right in. I mean, because there's so many layers to unpack, and it is best to probably do it right while we going through all the scenes in chronological order. Because it's
I think there's one thing you've actually missed out. When did you first come across this? I mean,
yeah, it was. I've already mentioned it. It was kind of round about the same time the Dawn of the Dead remake was coming out, and I
yeah.
saw these posters for Shaun the Dead, and I'm like, what's this, man? And I saw the adverts for it, and it made me laugh. And I saw and I was also trying to buy Zoo Weekly magazine on the
Yeah.
weekend as well, even though I still wasn't
Hmm.
16 yet, and it was
Right. I was going to
it was
ask
getting
that. I was going to
praised
ask
as
your
well.
age.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they weren't like every other film critics. These were like fucking proper lads reviewing movies, and they were
Yeah.
giving 5 stars to fucking Hard Target, while the usual critics were giving it 2 stars, and I
Yeah.
liked that.
So the first time you would have seen it would have been on DVD rather than cinema.
A pirated DVD, even though I
RSMB.
did try and go in and see it. I was old enough at the time though, but it
Yeah.
was like by the time I had some money saved from all the dinner money that I didn't fucking spend, it was already gone. It was already out the fucking cinemas, and I was
Yeah.
really pissed off.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I knew some dodgy people who had dodgy DVDs as well, so it
Yeah.
wasn't a total loss.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we know a few of those, don't we?
Oh yeah. Marketplace used to be fucking teeming with them. It was like police were already there. They didn't do anything about it, and then suddenly one person, then suddenly a few years later, they actually decided to start cracking down on them. It was
Yeah.
it was
We used
very very hypocritical. Oh yeah,
we
Barbara
used to
Lawrence.
we
Barbara
actually
Lawrence.
used to get.
I see you made it there. Aegis as well, if I'm pronouncing your name right. Yeah.
But we used to have a couple of guys that used to come into the pubs, so we'd be having a having a few jars, and yeah, a couple of gentlemen would walk in with a plastic bag, and You want to buy film? You want to buy DVD? And
Not some of them are Asian.
That brings back memories.
and they, you know, they'd literally just sort of fan them out on the bar, and yeah, all new title.
The thing
Yeah.
is that I always ended up buying the proper DVD later anyway. It's
Yeah,
like,
me too, mate.
I know.
Yeah.
And plus, DVDs seem to be the biggest sales, don't they, for movies at the time anyway, because
Hmm.
streaming was still kind of like not in the process of being used yet, was it? I don't know when.
No, that's right. No, it wasn't. No.
Yeah.
No, it was nowhere near. You still had VHS tapes at this point.
Oh yeah,
That's
yes,
right,
still
yeah.
VHS. I think I still had a VHS for till about 20, maybe the year 2014, and the only time I could get videos was at a charity shop now. And it
Yeah.
was pretty cool because they were dead cheap. Like you get
Mm.
them for £1 or 50p,
Yeah.
depending.
Yeah.
But yeah, then this is such a great way to start your movie. You hear this, you hear the specials with Ghost Town building up, and then
Yeah.
it just cuts to him blank stare, staring into space, and you get already this guy is really not living his life. He's kind of just going through the motions every fucking day now. But it is a very good way to establish these characters, the relationship him
Yeah.
and Liz is having, and I'm trying to remember this actress who plays her. Is it Kate
Oh,
something?
yeah, it's Kate something, yeah.
Let me get the names. She was in a lot as well during the 2000s, but I've not seen her in anything in a long time, though.
No, really cute though.
It's,
She
Kate
was a
Ashfield.
good-looking lass. Kate Ashfield, and
Yeah.
damn, she's changed a bit though since she's gotten a little older.
Yeah.
In a good way.
She's actually looking pretty good.
She's still clinging on.
Yeah,
She's not bad.
I know. So, but we're already getting a lot of exposition with these people straight away. She obviously loves Shaun, but she wants a little bit more in life, and Shaun just doesn't seem to have the kind of motivation to get out of his comfort zone as well. He's
just going with the flow, isn't he? At this point, he's just like
Yeah.
so embedded in the rat race,
Yeah.
in just the humdrum, the 9 to 5, just the same thing over and over and over, and he seems to
Yeah.
be quite satisfied with that,
Yeah.
because that is
Yeah.
such a comfort zone for him. She's obviously got more ambitions and trying to push him along to sort of align with what she wants out of life,
Yeah.
and it's just she's banging her head against the wall at this point.
Yeah.
And
Completely
this could have
non-aspiration.
this could have gone south as well. She could have ended up coming across as a total fucking nag, but they
Yeah.
don't. They actually make you understand a little bit, and she is, once again, she's not coming across as mean spirited. She actually does want him to try and live life a little bit as well, and help him out. Just sort of like just try and expand his horizons a little bit. Instead
Yeah,
of just doing the same thing all the time.
exactly. You kind of on her side, really.
Yeah, you totally
know.
like empathize with her from
Yeah.
the outset, because I think a lot of people are gonna sort of what's the word? They relate to Shaun, and it's your own kind of guilt. It
Yeah.
sort of helps you
Yeah.
empathize with Liz, and you think,
Yeah.
you know what, I can see a little bit of myself in there.
He's
I kind of am a little bit
specifically-
like Shaun too much at
he
times as
seems
well,
to
and
you know, forever procrastinating. He's
Yes,
a
that's it,
constant
yeah.
ditherer. He's not just not. He dithers. It's almost like he weighs up the odds, and do you
Mhm.
know what? I'll just settle back into my comfort zone, and that's
yeah.
that.
I remember reading a review on Internet Movie Database that Shaun is an actual loser. He's not like Jim Carrey and Bruce Almighty loser, where he has a fucking nice apartment and Jennifer Aniston as his girlfriend. No, Shaun actually is a loser, and it does make him a little bit more relatable as well. And even Wes, he's barely having a actual couple time with her. He still has to bring around his loser friend Ed, who's more than happy to fucking procrastinate and fucking sell a bit of weed and not do anything with his life.
He's next level, Ed. He's
Yeah.
just oblivious to everything that's going on, and he seems to be okay with that. And I'm
it's
okay
weird
with
because
letting him get on with it.
because he's a character that He's really holding him back, but once again, Nick Frost never comes across unlikable. He is very funny. You almost do kind of want to be a fucking loser with him as well because he's just such a chilled out guy.
Although I've got to be honest, I do, when Pete starts having a dig at him, the scene that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You want to live like an animal? Go live in that shed, you thick fat.
Sort your fucking life out, mate.
I know, and the thing is, he's right. He's right. He's a prick, but he's right. He's
Yeah,
he ain't wrong. Sort your fucking life out.
Oh.
I bet there's a few people who were sat watching this movie thinking, fucking hell, he's got a bit of a point, actually.
Yeah, I bet there were loads of blokes that really regretted taking their partners with them.
Sinking down into the seats.
They're probably getting a few nudges from their girlfriends, going, "Yeah, that's you. That's you."
I know.
And then that's where the empathy for Liz will come in, because you know she's fucking right.
Yeah,
and she has to bring her fucking friends along as well, doesn't she? Just so
yeah. Oh.
And then you can sort of see they do not want to be there. They probably had better things to fucking do with their evening, but no, they're stuck there trying to help this relationship that is obviously on its way out as well, because Liz can't seem to get her boyfriend to sort of wake the fuck up a little bit.
Yeah, I think Di's a sweet character, but
she is.
I love Lucy Davis anyway. I think she's
Yeah.
a really
I like her as
smashing
well.
actor.
I mean, she
was an absolute pip.
Oh
yeah. She's still got cute. She's got on a bit of weight, but she's still got a cute little face on her.
Yeah.
She's adorable. She's adorably chubby.
Yeah.
She needs to keep off those Reese's Buttercups, is what she needs to do.
Yeah. I know. And I found out later she was Jasper Carrot's daughter as well. And,
that's right. Yeah.
Shut up. Is she?
Yeah.
Jasper Carrot's daughter.
Bloody hell. Oh well. She was in Wonder Woman, and I didn't recognize her in that at first.
Yeah, I know, because she looks so different as well, and she's always been a very funny actress, and I don't think we see enough of her sometimes.
Yeah.
She's in the Sabrina Netflix show, the one that's really dark and gory for some fucking reason. She's in that. I remember my wife watching that and catching her in it.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was in what's it called? The Office. Back in the day, she was in
The Office. Yeah. Before what was it? Pam and Steve. It was Tim and Daisy. Is it Tim and Dawn? Tim and Dawn. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I always thought they were better anyway, because they started it, weren't they? They were like the Will They Won't They sort of who should be a couple. That sort of gave The Office a little bit more heart as well amongst the cringe.
Yeah. And but no, she's a really sweet character. I do like her a lot in this.
I know. She does seem to be less of it. She's not really. It's Dave that's the arsehole, but she does seem to take Shaun's side a bit more as well, because she knows why fucking her boyfriend hates Shaun, and it's not just because he's a loser. It's because he's got Liz. He's more in love with Liz than her. But she's kind of accepted it, as we found out later, and those kind of problems really do bubble out later on as the film starts to get a bit more fucking darker, and the situation becomes more desperate.
But he is a thoroughly unlikable twat, isn't he, Dave?
Oh yeah, he is, man. Bernard, he actually makes Bernard Black look like a fucking sound human being. And it's weird because he's much cleaner here, isn't he? He's much more clean cut in this than he is in Black Books.
Yeah.
He's because he's kind of like the cliched guy who's just a total arsehole who doesn't help and make things worse, like the bald guy in the original Night of the Living Dead. He's kind of like that, isn't he?
Yeah. Cock it.
Yeah. Once again, it does bring more conflict as well amongst the characters as the movie goes on. But we do reveal also more as well. He's not even actually introduced his girlfriend to his fucking mum yet, and they seem very surprised by this. And he doesn't seem to want to introduce her to his mum. And we found out later it's not because of his mum; it's because of his relationship with his stepdad. He just doesn't like his stepdad. He wants to avoid him as much as possible.
That explains it. I was going to mention that, actually. I was going to mention, like, to me, it seemed that like we know he's a loser, but like how much of a loser do you have to be to not introduce your girlfriend to your mum? And it's like not until they're actually in what's his character, Bill Nye's character in the jail.
Yeah, Phil.
Philip,
Phil.
yeah.
They're in Phil's car, and he introduces Liz there and then. And I think, fucking hell, how long have you been going out together? You've been going out
probably
long
3
enough.
years. You found out
Yeah.
it's 3 years, didn't it? When
Is
he
it?
bumps into
I
Vaughn.
was going to say they've been going out long enough to be able to split up, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I sent the link to you, Lance. Fucking hell. Please don't say it's the wrong link I sent to you earlier inside, man. The amount of times that's been happening is annoying. Okay, right. I'll send it to you, Lance, and yeah, if you got time, yeah, pop on.
Come on, Lancey boy.
But I think I just love Ed's line in the pub.
Yeah, he doesn't have too many friends. Like, can I get any of you cunts a drink?
It was so out of the blue, wasn't it? It was so out of the blue. His delivery is just brilliant on that. You know?
Yeah, I like the fact that he's into he's into Shaun's mum as well. Is like,
Yeah.
you know, I'm not ashamed of my mum. I love my mum. He's like, I like his mum. She's like butter.
Yeah. What was it? Liz called. She wants to know if you want to eat out, and your mum called, and she wants to know if I'll eat
I
her
want
out.
to eat her out. Oh, you know.
What? Oh man.
I
Yeah.
worked with I did work with Penelope Wilton actually many moons ago. I think it was back in the mid-90s on the TV series The Borrowers with her and
Oh
her
wow.
husband at the time,
Was
or
she
her late
lovely?
husband. Thoroughly lovely, yeah.
Yeah.
So it was herself and Ian Holm playing the lead characters,
Wow.
and yeah, and I was sort of working on props and yeah, making some of the oversized props like these giant matchboxes and onions and apples and stuff like that for the Borrowers.
Knitting needles.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, but yeah, she was thoroughly lovely, really, really sweet person, exactly how you imagine.
She was in Afterlife, wasn't she, with Gervais?
Yes, she was. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely right. Yeah, played a lovely character in that as well.
Didn't look any different. Like
Didn't look any different. The first time I come
20 years.
across her was there was a TV series that she did with Richard Bryars called Ever Decreasing
Decreasing
Circles.
Circles. I've watched
my
it. Yeah, it's a
God.
good show. It's a
Oh,
very
she
good
was
show.
lovely in that. She really
It's
was
one of
quite lovely in that.
yeah, Richard Bryce. He's kind of like he's kind of a bit of a grouch in that show as well, compared to his
Mm,
much more nicer character in The Good Life.
mm, mm.
Yeah, he's very funny in it.
Yeah.
It's I've only seen like a couple episodes, but I did like it. It was a very funny show.
Again, she plays a very sweet character. You know, somebody who
Yeah,
has a, you know, who has a partner who, you know, I wouldn't say similar to Shaun, but you know, she has a partner that maybe isn't as fulfilling as he should be in many ways.
I know, but we do find out later that maybe Shaun was in the wrong more, like because he was a kid when he
Mm,
first met. He was like he was
yeah.
already growing up and lost his dad, so he starts to feel like maybe he was just too hard on his own stepdad and saw him as this
Mm,
tyrant, and the guy was just trying to make him grow up to be a strong man. That's it. He just so
mm,
he could
mm.
not lose hope since losing his dad, because I know how devastating that can be for a fucking teenager. I mean,
Yeah.
so,
Yeah,
oh,
I
yeah,
think
here's
he
Lance.
says it.
Lance is now on, and
Hey,
here we go, man. Yeah,
Can you move me up so that I'm
hello,
above
stranger.
that gay cornetto character? So that when you put the
I have no idea how
when you
to
put up
move
the
these on.
comments,
Yeah, well, you'll be
like my
sitting on the
cool avatar
cornetto.
doesn't get blocked out, and
Yeah,
you know.
you'll be sitting on the cornetto then.
Exactly. That's my favourite.
How do you
That's
move
my
that
favourite.
anyway?
That's my favourite place. And you didn't send me the link earlier, you big doof. 'Cause
Oh,
we
man,
were,
this seems to be happening a lot. It's like I think I'm sending the right link. It turns out to be a link to another fucking
mate, you need to come to
stream.
more raves with me. Your memory will be better then. If you click on the image that I put up for you for a sec, right? This is the original Winchester pub in North London. You can see it's still got the Winchester Hall Hotel there, right?
Oh, gee.
Oh, that wasn't the pub that they used to drink in, though, was it?
No. I'm coming on to that.
Yeah.
Just stop interrupting,
No,
man.
no, no.
So they got the name of the pub obviously from here. They did drink in here occasionally, but the one that they actually used to drink in was just up the road. And by the way, I lived literally down the road from the Winchester, so they used to drink in the one on the corner here, which was known to us all as the Old Man's Pub. It's now the Boogaloo. And this pub used to do 24-hour lock-ins. This is where they used to drink. And this is
It was
where
the
that
Shepherds.
annoying...
The Shepherds.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, this is where that annoying director used to come in with his girlfriend. I won't say his name. And...
Yeah, he inspired David, didn't he? The dress sense, everything.
Oh,
From,
yeah,
I
no, I
thought
mean,
was
I
his-
know that.
I
I
thought
know
was his
exactly who
landlord,
that
wasn't it?
person is. Exactly
thought
who that person is. And he was always trying to talk to Peg and get him to do his stuff. And this here is the Jackson's Lane Theatre. I was writer in residence there at the time. So, of course, after we did our plays, we all used to tot over to the pub, which was just there. And that's where I would see Simon Pegg drinking all the time. And he used to live just round the corner from me.
It was
But
the Shepherds.
the original
the Shepherds
Winchester is
pub,
now
wasn't
all
it?
flats
Wasn't it?
down there.
It was the Shepherd. It was the Shepherds, wasn't it? The pub.
That the Boogaloo was called the Shepherds. That was it.
Shepherds,
And then
yeah.
I think the Woodsman gets a mention in the movie as well, doesn't it? But
they-
does one of them got a line and goes, "Oh well, we could go to." It's either we could go to the Shepherds or we could go to the Woodsman. I forget what the line is. And he's like, "Don't be stupid." But this was a proper footballers' pub, this place, and they used to have a massive function room where these two windows were, and I rehearsed three of my my first three plays were all rehearsed up here, and it was the owners were called Pat and Val, and they were quite upset that Peg didn't get the okay from them to sort of name the pub after the Winchester. Because everybody kept coming in. I mean, I didn't think it was bad for their business or anything. They just wanted a courtesy call from him. That was all.
Apparently, according to both Edgar Wright and Simon Pegg, the owners of the Winchester are constantly telling everybody that it was based on their pub and that they took the name from their pub. Apparently, what Simon Pegg and Edgar Wright had said was they wanted to have a really cool weapon. And they came up with the Winchester 73, the great, the great American rifle, and they actually named it after the rifle rather than the pub just a few doors along.
Yeah.
Um,
but they had I had seen them in here as well. They did come in here. I think maybe once or twice. That, by the way, is the infamous Suicide Bridge there.
Yeah, I can probably guess why they called it that then.
Yeah, and it's got this is quite out of date because now it's got massive electric fences all around it to stop people from jumping off it. This has now been converted into luxury flats, of course. So apart from the bar downstairs, which they still don't know what to do with, but yeah, there you go. Thought that'd be of interest.
But the guy David. Edgar Wright had said that was based on his landlord, that he and his landlord had contacted him and had a go at him and said, look, you've made this character look just like me, and he's even wearing my rugby shirt. He said, I'm a good lad. The Irish guy.
I'm talking about the film director guy with his girlfriend. That guy who's played by on the left with the blue shirt.
Yeah, it's
right.
So played by Bernie Black, not Bernie Black, Dylan Moran.
He's played by Dylan Moran, and he's a dead ringer for the guy. I actually saw the guy harassing Peg in the pub one time.
That's the one that Edgar Wright says that he based on his landlord.
Well, I mean, his landlord may well have been this guy. I don't know if this guy was basically trying to be a director. And he has directed a couple of plays, but I mean, it could well be that maybe he's based on more than one character, but trust me, this director guy who, as I say, I saw harass Peg in the pub one time, please be in my film or whatever, had a girlfriend who looked exactly like her, who wore a hat like that. And he normally had a leather jacket on to try and look sort of cool, like a sort of longish leather jacket. He wore sort of, and had that sort of moppish hair. I'll tell you the guy's real name off air, but I'm not going to say it on the stream.
I
Yeah,
think he said
because,
that
no,
the
'cause
guy, his wasn't his landlord was called Gareth, I think. And I think
Yeah,
that's
well, I'll put it in the private chat, and
right.
you know, it might be
Right. All right.
it might be
Okay.
the person you're thinking of.
Right.
I'm not sure of the spelling of the second name, by the way, but it's something. I'm spelling it phonetically rather than.
Yeah.
But that's the name.
Yeah, we'll mention it off LAN that way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does that
in case
sound
he ends
right,
up
inside
watching this
man?
and he wants to sub, but I doubt that'll happen. I doubt that'll happen anyway.
Yeah. Anyway,
But yeah, even if that was the case, it is the case. It seems like it is the case, but he can't do anything about it because it's a different character name, isn't it? I mean,
that's
well,
right.
all characters in all films are usually inspired by somebody you've met.
Yeah.
And
right.
you might be that you take some elements from one person and some elements from another person, and then that's the character you present on screen. But there might be enough of somebody for them to go, oh my God, that's definitely so and so. I mean, we all said it in the cinema when we were watching it. That's that guy, that fucking guy that came into the theater and barged his way into our auditions. And anyway, he's a total cockwomble. But right, I'm going to mute myself now. I'll carry on working.
Well, the character is, but once again, we're getting little tidbits that are going to come back as well. Like this just exacerbate things, and he's like, "What's that mean?" It's like, well, you don't exactly get along with David and Dan. It's like, no, what does exacerbate mean? You know, little lines like that, which is so good. But we've already established the relationship now, and that Peggy does actually seem to want to try and make a go of this, try and do something different. So he promises he'll do something different, not just go to the Winchester again. And once again, he has that blank stare into space again before it cuts to the opening titles. And yeah, you see, and these characters, they are just like extras in the credits as well. They do come back. She comes back. These
Mary.
people come back as well. It's not one moment is wasted. Even this kid playing football comes back, and this is a nice, good reference to Bob from Day of the Dead as well. You know,
Yeah.
the zombie
Yeah.
right at the beginning of Day of the Dead. You know, where it just walks up to the screen and the camera pans up to its face and is going. It's like, it's not a zombie. It's just Sam and Peg waking up. It's
but also reference to Bob is the pizza joint, isn't it?
there's
Bub's
little
Pizzas,
names like that, like Forey's Electric. The restaurant is called Fulci's after
Fulci's.
Luigi's Lucio Fulci's, the Italian horror director.
The one that I really like.
Yeah, I need to watch his stuff.
The one that I really like is I'll wait until we get to it, but there's one that I really do like.
I don't believe it's took me 20 years to just realise what Forey's Electric is. Fucking hell.
Yeah,
I was watching it yesterday. I was watching it yesterday. I was like, Forey, what the hell's that? What kind of name's Forey Electrical? What's that based on? Oh God, I'm just
this gag, and this gag as well, where he's like, "Player 2 has entered the game." It's like, and you got whack. Player 2 has left the game. Yeah, it kind of goes back to Space as well, where Tim and Daisy have this fight over him trying to see if he might get back to his girlfriend, and every time they throw an insult at each other, you know. The replay on the Tekken game fucking has one of the characters hitting each other depending on who's insulting each other, and it's a very funny gag as well. And I love it when these little moments end up being something that's actually in relation to what the characters are doing. Yeah, and then we get this real cool gag as well. He's like, he shows up in the other right behind him like some kind of movie monster, doesn't he? But he's just another roommate. That's it. And then we get this other joke as well. This not really a joke, but a recurring setup for a payoff called you do realise the front door was open again last night, which
Yeah.
really does come back and almost bite them in the ass a little bit as well later on in the film. And
Yeah, bites him in the neck and the face and the arms, almost.
and once again, this establishes more and more that Ed may not be the best person for Shaun to have around as well, because Pete's obviously one of their older friends as well. But unlike Shaun and Ed, he really has sort of grown up and he's become a bit of a fucking stick in the mud. He's a bit of a miserable bastard, isn't he? He's like, I'm not saying it was you that left the front door open. I'm saying it was Ed. And it's you can see whatever laughs I had as a youth is totally gone on him now. He's like he's like more mature, grown up now. You know, he's got a job that pays him well, and he's grown up. While Shaun is still kind of doing okay, but still not doing as well as he should be at his age, especially Ed. But once
he's
again,
clinging on to the past as well.
Yeah.
He's knocking around with the guy that's not really doing anything for him socially or economically or whatever.
Yeah, because he's like something like that kind of brings him back to his childhood. He's known him since primary school, so he's constantly
his
defending
excuse,
him, even though he probably should be calling Ed out on his bullshit a bit as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that dissimilar, really, to the character of Gary King in World's End. You know, that guy that just, you know, is just the same. Is, you know, the same, like he's the same since he was like 18. You know, nothing's changed about him. It just remains the same kind of character all the way through his life, right into his late 30s.
I know. He still vouches for Ed though, doesn't he? And he's like, and even Pete sort of, he looks like he's softening up a bit where he goes, okay, he can be pretty funny at times, like that times where he drank apple snaps and played Tekken 2. And oh yeah, when was that? That was 5 years ago. When's he going? Because why is he still being allowed in the flat? He barely contributes. It's he spends most of his time in there fucking messing up the place and selling fucking weed and drinking. It's you kind of understand why he's a bit of an arsehole to him as well. Oh yeah, thanks for the $5 there below. And before I carry on, easy lemon squeezy. Thank you for joining us, Barbara Lawrence, and who else am I missing? Jama Lama as well. Thanks for joining us as well. It's always a pleasure to have you coming onto the stream.
That actor's great. It's Peter.
Serafinowicz.
Serafinowicz, yeah.
Peter Serafinowicz. Yeah, thanks. He's such a. He never stops working. Constantly in demand.
And he's in fucking everything. I mean, he was even before he was the guy that you see in everything. He was the voice of Darth Maul as well.
He was he was in a commercial for a really long time that was playing in cinemas, and that was actually the thing that got him really noticed by people. And suddenly then he got a couple of big roles, and that was it. He was off to the races.
I think his stuff. We spoke about this actually not that long ago, didn't we, Luke? Talking about Look Around You. His part in Look Around You. Remember that pastiche of or parody of 70s shows?
Oh, was that like a children? Wasn't that a children's TV show?
Yeah, they did one. They kind of parodied different things. One of them was they kind of parodied Tomorrow's World. Another one they parodied, you know, those
like Rainbow, that kind of thing.
No, it was
Think of a Number.
No, there was a show. Do you remember we used to watch, you know, for schools and colleges? They used to have like those really boring science shows.
Must have been before my time inside, man.
They did a parody of one of those, and it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, Fandad, you sent to Barbara. We're coming to get you, Barbara. And look, all of those who's just sent me $5. You do these on purpose when I'm at work, so I can't join. Traitor, I'll find you. Lucky you have Inside Man on because it's the only one I like. Maybe don't work for a living.
Damn your eyes.
Responsibilities. Come on,
damn
Rivers.
your eyes.
Yeah.
Peter Serafinowicz, check him out on YouTube when he does the acting masterclass, when he does impressions of the likes of Michael Caine and Al Pacino. It's absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, he's like fucking photobombing his own scenes, isn't he? Just jumping in the background, even though
That's class,
even though he's in focus anyway.
Yeah, class.
He's a
His character,
very
his
funny
character,
impressionist.
his character in Spaced was a real shit, wasn't he?
Oh
Dwayne
yeah.
Tansey.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can't. Who you falling
Dwayne
in love with?
Tansey.
Yeah, he's got that voice, isn't he? He's like, yeah, he fucking steals his girlfriend, doesn't he? He's like,
Yeah,
that's why I sleep in the arms of a beautiful woman, and you sit in your bedstead with cheap porn. Yeah, he's a sort of fucking asshole, but
yeah,
you can tell they have such a fondness for each other because he has been in
yeah.
a lot of the other stuff with him, and once again, he does sort of I'm trying to fucking get my head around a little bit now, but yeah, it does sort of show that Ed as well really is a proper fucking layabout because at least Shaun still goes out to work and he has a girlfriend and he has something. Ed just sells weed. He's probably bringing a lot of fucking trouble to his house because this was still the 2000s before weed was classified as well.
Yeah.
It's not something he wants to have around us, because he's probably got junkies coming around the house as well and asking for a bag of this or that.
Hello, mate. I
Yeah.
ain't got nothing.
Yeah, I know.
Does that make him an entrepreneur then, at the very least?
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not all bad then.
And he does actually come across a bit patronising to him as well. As like, you do know it's tidying up isn't too taxing, like writing something on a scrap of paper. And what does Ed do? He writes something on a scrap of paper and decides to stick it on his back and call him a prick. I love that.
Oh,
And he's not willing to do it as well, right until Shaun tells him, "Come on, at least try and tidy the flat. Do it for me." And you can really tell Ed is fond of his friend. He will do anything for Shaun. And we do get probably the only film that makes a fart gag actually fucking emotional as well. Not here, but later on. Right here, it just seems like a little childish joke, but then it turns out to be a setup for another very emotional payoff. And this film is full of them. It really is. It's full of all sorts of setups that pay off, and that's why I love this film. Still, I'll stop doing them when you stop laughing.
Dirty.
But what
Yeah.
I think is really smart about this is that I don't think there's anything in any of the frames that doesn't have some kind of reference or meaning.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's probably something with the posters as well.
Yeah, there is. Yeah. The I think it's one of them's DJ Shaun Smiley Riley or something, and that's supposed to be. They didn't have an idea for what. Apparently, this guy is a real DJ, but they didn't have any kind of idea of what Shaun's background was going to be. So they thought, "Fuck, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, so let's have him as a former DJ."
Smiley
So
Riley.
yeah.
Yeah, you're not sure it might not be named after Michael Smiley, who played Tyres as well in Spaced.
It's entirely possible, but coincidental, I should imagine.
Yeah, and this bit where Ed tells him to get the phone, and Shaun's like, "You get it," and it turns out no, Shaun should have got this because Liz is ringing him up to say that about setting the schedule for the restaurant later, and he totally misses it as well. Set it for 8 o'clock, but no, if he got that right now, he probably would have sorted it out by now, and she wouldn't have dumped him. And once again, stuff like this comes back. This kid comes back and he says, hey, you're dead. And he ends up being dead. This homeless guy, he asks for change and he
Lots
comes
of
back.
foreshadowing, isn't there?
Yeah, tons of foreshadowing there. This guy's making sure his windows are nice and clean, then come back later, it's all smashed in. Yeah, and then you get the jogger, he's just running for exercise. Then we catch him later, he's running for his life. Once again, funny little moments like these that just come back.
That was actually the editor.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's tons of
the editor of the movie. Yeah.
Friends and family and stuff, isn't there? There's I think there was about 150 Spaced fans turned up to be the zombies.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
This location is just around the corner from me, where I live.
Oh.
So it's
Have you ever frequented, Lance?
Frequented? What do you mean?
Yes. Have you been in the shop, basically?
Oh yeah, that news agent is still there.
Did you buy a cornetto by any chance?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I posted one for Inside Man to sit on though.
Excellent. Yeah, but
It's pretty
unlike
still
you,
Yeah.
I'll sit on the ice cream bit. You always sit on the cone bit.
Well, yeah, that's right, mate. Because you're a bit wider than me, so you can accommodate. You can accommodate such gargantuan
I
items.
like the cold. You like the sharp end.
Lord.
We do apologise, Northern. Normal service will
Yeah,
resume
sorry.
shortly.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to just looking through the scenes again, and because you see this other guy as well in the background who shows up later, and
that
he
the
pops
guy
up
who's
again
got the
later in
arm
the
off?
shop when everything goes to hell. And I
Isn't
might
there
have
a
missed
guy
this
that
as well.
begs for money around here
Yeah.
somewhere
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
street?
yeah.
Yeah. So go back a little bit. Here we go.
Where is he?
Yeah, this guy here.
Yeah, that actor. When I first saw him, I thought that was Stephen Walters, who played McGrath from Band of Brothers. But it
Yeah.
isn't. He's got a double. He's got like everyone's got like a double, and this is the same actor I saw in Guys and Dolls at the National. I think in '97, and they paired him with the tallest dancer possible. So you had this really short dancer and a really tall woman doing the tango, and that's that actor. But yeah, he's a dead ringer for McGrath from Band of Brothers, but they're two different guys. So I'm curious to know what his name is. This guy.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
I think
Angel
he's
and Squeezy.
credited.
Just
He
reading
must
this
be
for
credited.
me,
I think so.
have you seen this video where he creates the scene to the shop NEB? I might have. I can't remember now, but I will check it out. Just post it in the comments there later, and we'll try and check it out.
What,
And
what I like about this is that the shop is actually called Landis, not Londis, and obviously named after John
God.
Landis. Yeah.
the director from American Wealth for London. Yeah, because I think
Mate,
there are
that's
some
good. That's a
influences
good
here as
spot.
well.
I never spotted that, man.
I really should watch this film when I am awake.
It is one of those that I think in every watch you will find something that you miss, because I think there are so many hundreds and hundreds of references.
Yeah.
But I think this is why Edgar Wright gets on so well with Quentin Tarantino, because both of them, as Fandad mentioned, they both kind of wear their influences on their sleeves, and they're not ashamed of it at all. And I think that's great. I love that.
Because even in the background, you're hearing exposition on how this might be caused as well. You're always already hearing the news in the shop saying it might be a satellite that fell down that came from Venus and then came back to Earth, fell down and brought the dead back to life. You're hearing these little bits of exposition in the background, and I also like this moment as well where I don't know if he might have got a normal Coke out, because later on he does get a Diet Coke, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But anytime it looks like he's about to cotton on to what the hell is going on, he gets interrupted, and it constantly interrupted, leading to him to be even more oblivious that the world is fucking ending all around him.
But what I think is quite clever about this is his first little journey to the shop was actually done much later on in the filming, because I believe that there were so many things that they wanted to cram in, and the producers and the production manager were saying, no, we can't do that. We can't have this person in. It's going to cost us too much. We can't have that person in. It's going to cost us too much. So what they decided to do was force their hand. So they shot all of the stuff with the journey, with all of the undead and all of the chaos going on around Shaun, and the blood on the floor in the shop, and all the the guy, the jogger running. So they shot all that first. So they were committed to do the earlier shot with everybody in, so they couldn't. So Edgar Wright had said, "Well, sorry, we have to do it now, because it's going to be there'll be no continuity." So it was quite a smart move on their part to get everything in, all of the references in that they wanted.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, because even though Edgar Wright, I think this was like his first actual film as well, and so because he was still just a guy who has done TV, but he seems to have known his fucking stuff though.
Yeah.
So I'm glad he got that out of the way, and it all went smoothly, and they managed to get the film made as well without any of that kind of hassle. So yeah, and I do love this gag as well. Like everyone is sick. Like he's the one who's left to take over to run the place as well, and he's probably one of the last people they want running the place. But because everyone more competent than him is sick, he has no choice, and it just makes me laugh. So now he kind of has to be the serious manager type as well, and he's just not doing a fucking good job of it. The other lads, they're just taking the piss. They're proper undermining him at every second. Yeah, and this is Timothy Spall's son, Rafe Spall.
Rafe, aye.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and he's gone on to do some really fucking good stuff as well. He's been in like Black Mirror. He was in the Jurassic World Dominion, but we won't hold that against him though.
Have you seen a movie called The Ritual?
No, I've not seen it. I think he's Timothy Spall's in it, isn't he?
Rafe Spall's in it, yeah. There's 4 or 5 lads go on holiday. I think one of the gang gets killed just out of the blue. It's like a robbery in an off license, and they go on holiday to kind of celebrate his life, and it just turns into this weird sort of Nordic. What is it? It's like the legend of some creature that lives in the woods in
So kind
Norway
of
or Sweden.
a sort of a folk horror.
Yeah,
kind of like a folk horror kind of thing. Yeah.
I've watched it a few times. Like it's really well worth a watch. Like, and I'm sure Rafe Spall's in it and a few others that you'll probably recognise off the top of my head. I can't think.
Do you know what year that was, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, recent, within the last 5 or 6 years. I'll look it up actually. It's I'm sure it was called The Ritual, but it's very well worth a watch. Like, especially with spooky season coming up.
Yeah, of course.
Ritual. Yeah,
2017 it was.
All right, okay.
Yeah,
2017. Arsha Ali, Sam Troughton, Robert James Collier, Paul Reed, Matthew Needham.
That's the son of Patrick Troughton, who was the second Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Yeah, Rafe Spall, yeah, because he was pretty chunky back then, though, wasn't he? But he really slimmed down, and yeah, he's in Hot Fuzz as well, isn't he? As one of the Andes with murder. Change the fucking record. Yeah, they somehow make the West Country accent pretty cool. I mean, which is probably been a really difficult task to do as well. I know. Yeah, and his management skills is fucking terrible. He just cannot get his team to actually be inspired or influenced by him. It's just like, sir, there isn't an I in pie, but there is an I in there is a
I in
team. I say fucking hell. There is an I in team, but there is an I in pie. Meat pie. Meat's an anagram of team, and I have no idea what he was talking about. He's
the anagram of meat is team. Brilliant.
Yeah, so now he's kind of, even though he's probably in his the characters in his mid-30s, he's kind of the old man that the young lads are fucking taking the piss out of now, aren't they? And but he's still trying to be down with the kids as well. And I do like this little talk. He's like, listen, I mean, I know you don't want to be doing this forever. I mean, I got stuff I want to do in my life. And the kid's like, when? And he just looks at him dumbfounded as well.
Yeah.
And you got red on you. Another great line which comes back many, many times. This is sprinkled with so many fucking great lines, so many great quotes. It's and yeah, it's like Fandad said. There's so many bits that just make you come back to it, though. Many details that you miss even after the 1000th time watching it. And once again, more exposition, and just when he's about to figure out what the hell is happening, he's interrupted again. Constantly interrupted. It's so fucking funny. And this is where you meet his stepdad, Phil, played by the always awesome Bill Nighy. I mean, fucking hell.
Twitchy Bill.
Yeah. I love Bill Nighy. He's always fucking good. I don't think I've ever seen a bad performance with him in it.
Yeah.
He's got that sort of drawly kind of,
yeah.
Hello, Shaun. kind of.
I'm really sorry, Philip.
Mother's Day. Just that deadpan fucking delivery is so good. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I even watched Love Actually just for his character. He is so fucking funny in that film. He's the best thing in that movie.
Do you know what? I think that was the first time I've ever watched that properly. Was last Christmas.
Yeah.
My wife forced me into it, and it was.
It's
I thought
one
it
of
was
those films that
pretty good,
I
actually.
like some of it and I hate some of it, but
Yeah.
I kind of end up watching it every year now because it's kind of
Mm.
become a guilty pleasure.
I love
Yeah.
the really accurate depiction of airport security in Love Actually, and you
Oh
know,
yeah.
how people
No
can just run through to do. Oh, you're doing a romantic gesture. That's allowed. Okay, let him
Yeah.
through. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that at airports. Don't try doing a romantic airport in Heathrow, a romantic gesture in Heathrow. You're going to end up on your arse.
Yeah, especially
Yeah, it takes us
from a
out.
movie that was after 9/11 as well. So
Yeah.
a couple of years after 9/11.
Yeah, the original movie has him talking about 9/11 in the opening monologue, and that got cut actually from America. I don't know if you know that.
Oh shit! No, I did not know that.
Yeah, the original opening is when he's talking about, you know, what love means and all the rest of it. He says, when I heard those messages from the people in the buildings that were falling down, they weren't messages of hate, but they were messages of love, calling their loved ones to tell them how much they loved them, blah, 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 blah. But the sentiment of which was nice, but Americans were like deeply offended and it all got removed. I think it's still on some versions of the film, but not all.
I don't know if I
Fortunately,
might have caught it. Because I've got one of those Fire Sticks, and yet sometimes you will get other versions of a film. I mean, I've got the version of Demolition Man with Pizza Hut instead of Taco Bell on it. It's bizarre.
yeah, I've never seen Love Actually, thank goodness, and because I don't like romantic comedies.
Oh, you
Um,
missed me
Inside
treat.
Man,
It
extended
it
9
kind of
hours
depends. It
coming your way this
depends.
Christmas.
Yeah,
yeah, I have a heart of stone.
yeah. But yeah, this is where you do start to see that they've got this very sort of very uneasy relationship with each other. They just have not gotten on. He's kind of very distant from him as well, and he seems like he's a bit of a stick in the mud. The moody sort of tyrannical stepdad. But you find out later that's not really the case. He's because he actually does seems like he's trying to get Shaun to make some effort with with his mother and Barbara, but he's still kind of stuck in his own little adolescent world a little bit, isn't he? He's still kind of stuck in his rut at the moment. But I do like this as well. He's trying to tell him not to speak on phones or have personal calls, and this kid is just calling him out on his bullshit, and he just fucking lies as well, saying, "Well, it was an emergency. What, like buying your mum some flowers?"
And then someone hands him a phone just
Yeah, and it's like,
just
I
off
have no
camera.
problem keeping my work life and personal life separate, and they just hand, they just hand him the fucking
Just a
phone.
hand comes into the frame. It's for you. Oh man.
Yeah, he's trying to stamp some kind of authority, and it's just getting on demand, unintentionally as well. It's kind of like a sick joke being played on him when he's trying to do his best here to run this place, but it's just not happening.
Just can't get a break. It's Liz from head office.
Yeah, nothing to worry about. Yeah, no, she's going to get the flowers for his mum, and once again, he almost fucking starts to figure what is happening, but he's interrupted by some bullshit. And yeah, once again, more of the stuff that's happening in the background is actually being shown visually and not spelled out. You get the idea that things are getting worse just by looking at listening to the news that's playing in the background before he's interrupted the people on the bus, like in this scene here. And yeah, once again, more stuff is going on in the background when this happens. He bumps into Yvonne, played by Jessica Stevenson.
Hey.
And then once again, she's kind of like the version of Shaun that actually has been doing better in life. She's bought her own house, and he's very surprised by it. And I like the little joke that comes back later as well when we meet her and the other survivors that are hanging out with her.
And it's the same group.
Yeah, I know they're basically like mirror images of the group, aren't they?
Yeah.
But they're doing much better, aren't they? They've still got
Yeah.
their fucking weapons while everyone else has lost theirs.
Yeah.
Mm.
I know, and yeah, and I like that as well. It's like good old friends catching up, and they've still got some. And after watching Space, I do see that they do still have some chemistry. And hello, Nick, how you doing, man? But now he's realised that fucking hell, I have not rung the restaurant like I was supposed to, and yeah, the restaurant is called Fulci's after the Italian director.
Damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, this line you said earlier, Fan Dad, is it's just out of fucking nowhere. It's like Liz rang up if you wanted to eat out tonight, and then your mum rang up asking if I wanted to eat out tonight.
That is diabolical.
I know. He's in love with his mum, though, isn't he? He's in love with
I think
his mum.
so, because the only time he shows any true emotion is when
Barbara's
her demise.
Yeah.
He gets a little bit.
Yeah, no, and he even tells Dave not to use the Z word. He doesn't want to see the woman he's had a crush on be referred to as a zombie. It's very touching. It is. It's very touching. But yeah, the fucking restaurant's booked. He cannot get her table now, and he tries to ring Liz. He really tries to sort of like break it to her gently and try and soften the blow a little bit, but all he can think of is taking her out is to the Winchester again, and that's like the final straw now.
There's a Breville out the back. Do a toasty.
Yeah.
Brief.
Yeah, romantic meal, fucking toasties, cheese toasties. Yeah, and I like how this scene sort of comes back as well. Like, well, what you want me to do? Climb through the back window? Because I will.
Yeah.
And it almost looks like he is going to, but once again, it's like, all right, can I come in again? And they do let him in, but it's obvious she's had enough now. She's tried her best. She's really fucking tried to encourage him to try and do something new and make life a bit more fulfilling and not totally just the same thing every day. And yeah, it's over for him.
The name of that little apartment block that she lives in, Cunningham House. I always thought that it was some kind of reference to Shaun Cunningham, Friday the 13th, but it wasn't. When they found it, they thought, shit, we wanted to name something after Shaun Cunningham, and we've just stumbled across it when they found the location. So that's the actual name of the place. So it is called Cunningham House. And they were trying to find somewhere that they were going to name after him.
I know that should have been a good little job because a little bit of trivia because there's always something that's named after something horror film that's kind of known from. Like you said, Landis and Fulci's and Foree. It's
yeah, that was a real happy coincidence, that one.
I know. And once again, you can see the look on Dave's face as well, because even though he's with Di, he's probably, I wonder if he's already plotting to try and come on to fucking Liz and dump Di one day. Because I would not put it past him either. We also learned that Di's kind of has tried to be an actress for many years and it hasn't really worked out. And I do love this little line. Is like, I did not call Diane a failed actress, but he doesn't deny calling Dave a twat. It's funny. But yeah, he has fucking promised a lot and he's not fulfilled those promises. He promised to stop smoking when I did. He hasn't. Promised to go back to the gym, start drinking red wine and get free cable, though he is working on that, which gets a little laugh out of me. But the line as well where he says, he promised to go on holiday. We went to Greece, didn't we? We met in Greece.
He's just, he's got nothing, has he?
I know. But you do, he never comes across as a total unlikable arsehole. He's just he's just a guy who needs to fucking snap out and get out of his rut a little bit and actually try and do something to keep his relationship going.
But his whole life is his comfort zone, isn't it?
Yeah. I understand that. I mean, the comfort zone is a pain in the ass to get out of sometimes, and you do have to really give yourself a kick up the ass to sort of get out of it. Otherwise, what's the point?
And I think the reason that his likability is more to do with our pity for the character, to be honest.
You're right. Yeah, good point.
We kind of think we feel sorry for him because he's kind of hapless. He's a victim of himself, and we've probably all been in that situation at some point, just not for the rest of our lives like him. Which, if he didn't get the boot up the arse that this, particular situation gave him, he'd probably just be sat there in his rut, in his comfort zone,
Mm.
with
all that junk, all that filler background, and at the same time, most are either Easter eggs or carefully placed hints like nothing. Even the background is something. Even the background is something useless. But yeah, that's why I like this film. You know, these little bits that keep us bringing back, and once again, we get a little bit more layers to these other two characters, where he tells him to get fucked 4 hours, even though his glasses are off, and it's like, why don't you go out with her if you love her so much? And Dave's
What?
obviously denying it, isn't he?
what's that
Sorry?
supposed to mean?
Yeah, what's that supposed to mean? I have no idea what it means, but you can tell the look on Da's face. She knows what it means.
Yeah.
100%.
I know the look on. I mean, that says it all. I mean, that is right. That's just good acting as well. Not saying anything, but saying a lot just by one look, one little facial expression.
That's it.
Yeah.
The body language speaks volumes.
Yeah, I don't think Dylan Moran gets enough praise for his role here because it's so different to his Bernard Black character as well. He's still an arsehole, but he's a bit more of a different kind of arsehole. And it shows that maybe Dylan Moran can probably play other parts if someone gives him a script to at least try to.
He's a good actor. He is a good actor.
Yeah, and I love
Yeah.
Black Books. It's so
Yeah, I
fucking
love Black
funny.
Books. Yeah.
I think everybody in this movie understood the mission and
Yeah, yeah,
carried out the
This
relevant
one,
roles.
yeah. I agree with Nick Seal on that one. But we do get a little quiet moment, and she sees the flowers that he's obviously bought for his mum, and he tries to sort of like save himself a little bit as well, to pass it off as a joke. But she sees through it straight away. She is not a fool.
She says they're for your mum, and he just goes,
know.
yeah, just without hesitation, because he knows he's busted.
And she's really fucking sympathetic here. It's like, if I don't do something soon, I'm just going to be like those sad fuckers wondering where the hell time went. And yeah, man, she plays it so well. She looks like she does seem like someone who's really crushed by, like she may have, that she has to lose this guy who she really loves in order to have a good life. And it's, once again, you feel sorry for Shaun as well. You can see his well is just fucking turned upside down. And just as he walks out the flat, it starts raining, because you got to have rain, don't you, when the guy's broken?
You might as well add to his horrible day.
Yeah.
But Shaun, you brought it on yourself, son.
And but that's what I like. That's what I like about his character, because he does kind of go through a bit of a journey. He does, in his own stupid way, does start to take a bit more control when things start going to shit. But we will get to that soon. And once again,
Very
no
soon.
moments are wasted. No, he throws these flowers into the fucking bin, and it's like a little moment that could have been just thrown away, and that's it, not being referenced or called to again. We even get this little scene with a couple kissing outside the pub, and once again, that comes back as well in a very dark.
That's vile.
I know.
Oh.
And I think I failed to mention Edgar Wright's use of whip pan cuts, which I like to call them. Like you get this little whip, and it just cuts straight to a film, another scene straight away. Yeah, and once again, we're getting some foreshadowing here as well, where Edgar's like, "Listen, keep drinking. Have a Bloody Mary, the first thing. A bite of the king's head. Couple of little princesses. Head back to the bar for shots, and bang." And it's like he, without knowing it, he kind of does take Ed's plan as well as the film goes on. Yeah, no lines wasted here. I mean, Edgar Wright, Simon Pegg really did their fucking work just to add all these layers to this little what could have been just another schlocky little spoof.
Could have been. There's no filler bullshit at all, is there?
No,
there's no like exposition dumps, and just everything's in its place, and all the information's there, whether it's visual or audible or whatever.
That's the thing, isn't it? I mean, we got two different types of exposition here. So we have exposition of character and their character arcs, and then we have exposition of the situation that's going on. But both are going on at the same time. So we have these little visual pieces of exposition that we don't realize until we we carry on watching. That, oh God, yeah, that was because of X, Y, and Z, and of course, as you say, the foreshadowing, but also we have those quite natty little bits of TV exposition as well.
Yeah.
You know, so those little channel hops that we see.
It's all
Yeah,
show, isn't it?
yeah.
Sure, don't tell. I mean, that's
Please
good
don't tell.
filmmaking.
Yeah, it is.
And even his fucking clad impersonation isn't like filler as well, because that kind of comes back later when Ed is finally fucking attacked by the zombies. Apparently he's making noises similar to an orangutan, according to the trivia, which I never noticed. I know he made some kind of like pained sounds though, but I didn't know it was like the sounds of an orangutan.
This was his actual party trick, wasn't it? And
Yeah,
that line that when Edgar Wright apparently used to say to him, you know, come do your Clyde impersonation, and he said, I'm not performing monkey.
yeah, he gets all nervous when someone else is around, because it just kind of shows this bond he has with Shaun. He trusts Shaun as well, not
Mm,
to mock him for doing it, but to actually laugh with him.
mm,
Once again, it shows the great chemistry Simon Pegg has with Nick Frost, because these two really are good together. I mean, and
mm.
these could have been two unlikable assholes, but they're so fucking good. You buy the relationship straight away with these two.
Yeah.
And yeah, here's a funny impression. I'm not gonna lie, but it's just not working this time, because he's almost seen himself in Eddie here, isn't he? This guy who's refusing to grow up, and is like, this is me. I'm refusing to grow up, and I've lost the one person I could have a really great future with. All of a sudden, his face with no fucking dialogue whatsoever. And even though he's trying to cheer him up, this fucking song, "If You Leave Me Now" by my fucking Chicago,
Yeah.
just comes on. It's like the last thing you fucking need.
Wasn't it on random?
Yeah, it's on random.
It's on
What's
random.
another line that comes back in such a
Who
fucking
put this on?
great fashion?
Apparently, it was supposed to be Sinead O'Connor, Nothing Compares, but because it was a Prince track, you know, the rights to it were owned by Prince. Prince tracks apparently are impossible to buy, virtually impossible to buy, and they cost an awful lot of money. So they managed to get Chicago,
Could have just
which only
gone down
cost
HMV.
only just cost them 20 grand apparently for that song.
Yeah, it's like the fucking rights, is it? Yeah, Prince was a real stickler for the rights. Even Weird Al Yankovic could never parody his songs, because Prince could probably fucking sue him for it.
Mm.
So yeah. Once
What a
again,
little
like I
knobhead.
mentioned, have a bite of the king's head, couple like the little princesses. We'll stagger back here, and bang, we're back at the bar for shots. And yeah, it seems insignificant, but no, it is. He's actually giving away the full fucking plot here without us
Yeah.
knowing.
Yeah.
And Shaun actually tells him what Liz told him, and he's like, "Come on, mate, these actually interesting people here. We've got Snake Hips, who invented the roller disco. He's a bigamist. He was surrounded by women, and yeah, this is definitely an old school kind of fucking ladies man. Because I mean, I've known a lot of fucking old guys in pubs when I was a kid. My dad would take me down, you get me a little coke, and I talk to these guys who were aging like fuck, but they still had the leather jackets, cowboy boots, still acting like they were these fucking
Yeah.
these young brash fucking women lady killers. And once again, it's not wasted. When we found him getting eaten by women, he's surrounded by fucking women. It's a very ideal demise for this character.
Yeah.
And then what about that lady? He's like, oh, cockasaddle maniac. She's done it all. Fucking
What the fuck is a cockacidal maniac?
yeah.
That is an
There's
absolute
worst things in the fucking outtakes, though. I mean, some of the things that they were doing. I'm trying to see if I can get it up.
Please
Let's have a
do.
look. Just scrolling through it now. Here we go. So 2 minutes into that clip. Okay. Let me get it up. So give me a second. But fucking hell, it is downright harsh. I'm not gonna lie. I was pissing myself laughing when I used to watch these extras. Okay, Shaun the Dead, full bloopers. Give me a minute.
139, take one. Oh, that little piece of A. Filth. Oh, he's gone there. Cafe or lates for you. Interracial art. Got loop. Cafe or late. She started the world's first interracial art. Got loop. Second. Oh, EP. Ah, yeah. Big take two. Big old gash. Holy flaps. All right, what about her then? Loves giant root. All right, what about her then? Pipe or clam, it's all good. Big old muff. Ropey old twat. All holes filled with pearly white spooge.
Fucking hell. Okay, man.
They based that on me and Inside Man down the pub. They just overheard us talking. That's what it was.
It's a typical conversation between us.
So what did you order at the bar, Inside Man? Was it a bag of beefy XL and a cherry blue?
Yeah.
Oh, and this was the actress from the fucking Carry On films as well. She was. Oh.
That's right. Yeah. That's right.
Oh God!
And she's in Hot Fuzz as well. She's so she's basically a legend, and they're saying all this fucking whole bullshit.
She probably told them to say it.
Yeah, she seemed to be cool with it because she was in Hot Fuzz later on. So
it's all true. It's all true.
Oh God, I'm fucking crying. I am. I'm really crying here.
Yeah, I've not seen those. Yeah. I've not seen those bloopers or outtakes.
Oh, they're all on the Blu-ray. It's you'll even find out how fucking Ed managed to survive not getting torn up by zombies and make it back to the fucking shed. There's the DVD extras are fucking brilliant on that for that film.
See, really I've only got the VHS. If anyone wants to come to mine, we can watch it in the study if you want. I've got a 12-pack of beefy XL. If anybody's.
Yeah, no, this is the most interesting one because now apparently the bar owner has connections with the mafia. That's why he's got a gun called the Winchester. But he thinks, listen, it's all bullshit. It's just there for decoration. Big Al, the guy who told you this stuff, is talking shit. He even says dogs can't look up, which I disagree with. My dog looks up plenty of times, especially when we got fucking food.
I was going to say, I wonder how many people put that to the test when they went home from the cinema.
Yeah. But I think it depends how far they can look up, though. I mean, I don't think they can look right up anyway because it'll fuck up their necks, their backs, everything. It's it'll probably kill them.
I think what it refers to is that their eyes can't roll upwards, as in looking up rather than stretching their necks. Because some animals can't, can they? But I don't think dogs. I don't think that's true anyway. I think dogs can look up. I'm sure they can.
I do as well. I think my dog's looked up with her eyes as well when she sees food, right before lifting her head up. Anyway.
Yeah.
Cafe au lait.
Yeah, and then he brings up Liz saying, "You don't need to have a good time," and he's like saying, "No, please stop, don't stop trying to, be someone I can depend on that isn't Liz." It's But I do like he is trying to sort of help, but he's obviously trying to help his mate out through the heartbreak. He is. He's trying his best. And he doesn't, and like he says, I'm not going to bombard you with cliches, which I think is always a fucking smart choice. All he can say is, it's not the end of the world. And the end of the world ends up knocking at the fucking door. It's so funny. And this, once again, another line that never gets wasted. Sorry, we're closed. While one zombie is knocking at the door, because later on the zombies crash through the windows and Shaun's holding the gun, saying, "Sorry, we're closed."
Mm.
Yeah, and totally oblivious to what's happening. He just thinks it's another fucking pisshead. And then it snaps to, and then the shot switches to this. Please leave quietly. And what do? They start fucking singing White Lines. It's out in the street. Then we see the couple as well, who is so early, and it turns out she's fucking eating this guy. The guy's neck just snaps back after the turn. It's shocking, but it always gets a dark laugh out of me. But
Yeah.
once again, we're seeing everything happening in the background while they have no fucking idea what's going on.
And singing the likes of White Lines and owning the sort of the electro albums, which were out in like, what was it, 1986, 87? Lance
Yeah,
will
by
probably
Mel
know.
Mel. Grandmaster Flash and Mel Mel.
That's the one, eh?
Yeah,
Lance
it
is
does.
still
It
there.
does
When
make
were
me
the
laugh.
electro albums out? The 12-inch electros. Sure, you'll know. I think it was 85, 86.
Yeah, proper old school.
But it's just
underground
kind of
hip.
shows how sort of steep they are in nostalgia and sort of living in the past and stuff like that. Because those were like 10 or 15 years before this film was released. That sort of music was out on the streets.
Yeah, because it does almost, like you said, it's like Shaun is almost reverting back to being at Ed's level now, isn't he? Because you see him later, he's got the sideways cap, the fucking breakdancing, to the old school hip hop beats, and this does make me laugh as well. They try and they go dibbity dibbity dibbity, and the zombie just goes to the rhythm.
There you go.
But it isn't until Pete comes in that he snaps Shaun out of it, though, doesn't he? And he realizes, I've got to fucking grow up.
It's 4 o'clock in the fucking
morning.
Yeah, and Pete's animosity towards Ed really fucking blows up. He even tells him, go live in the shed if you want to live like an animal, you thick fuck. And what does Ed do later in the film? He ends up living in the shed. More foreshadowing. And it's so subtly done.
I need to watch this film properly, I think.
Yeah, once again, we do get a little clue to how they found out that Pete could be a zombie later as well, because he mentions he got bit by a crackhead, and it's not a fucking crackhead; it's a bloody zombie. And he starts showing all the signs that the news warns them later. I mean, it's once again good fucking writing from Edgar Wright and Simon Pegg. These guys have really worked hard. They've planned this all out. They've to try and make this work. It's all substance, and that's what most scripts need instead of just fucking shallow crap. That's
just surface level bullshit.
I know. And even drunk and heartbroken, he realizes that Pete is right. He actually writes down the stuff that he needs to do, sort life out, get Liz back. You can see he is trying to evolve a little bit more. And here it comes. What do you want from shop? Cornetto.
Cornetto.
And the trilogy was born from that one little fucking joke. And it's all, because apparently that was Edgar Wright's hangover cure, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, from college, wasn't it?
Yeah, me, it's a fucking nice fatty, meaty breakfast. Yeah, fucking sausages, bacon, fucking eggs, whatever, man.
Hash browns, black pudding.
Oh, lovely. Yeah.
Beans, fried eggs.
And once again, the same kind of shot, but this time everything's just gone to shit, and he's so fucking hungover, he has no idea what's happening. He's not. Yeah, the jogger is now running for his life instead of running for his health. He's so fucking. He's so fucked. He can't even. He doesn't even notice the bloody handprints on the freezer.
Yeah.
And he goes to get the full fat Coke, but gets Diet Coke. And somewhere in there is the guy in the wedding suit prowling around. And he thinks
the guy in the morning suit was there like yesterday or whenever it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. So he's obviously been attacked on that day, and he's been stumbling around for the last 24 hours.
Yeah. Is that the guy that's got the arm off?
Yeah.
Same one, yeah. What a brilliant.
Yeah, and apparently he was a real amputee as well. He was like some guy that Simon Pegg and Edgar Wright and Nick Frost knew as well down their local who would actually make jokes about his missing arm as well, and he was always good to have around, so they put him in the movie.
They put everyone in this movie. Chris Martin plays a zombie in this, doesn't he? From Coldplay.
I think he does. I know he's on. I know he's on at the end, isn't he, for the zombie skit?
Chris Martin, Joe Cornish.
Yeah, Joe Cornish as well from the Adam and Joe show. There's a good video diary on the DVD as well about his
Russell Howard's
experience
in
on
there.
it. Yeah.
Can anyone
Russell Howard's
remember?
in there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Lauren Laverne from Kinnicky. Can you remember her?
Oh, Lauren
Yeah.
Laverne. Yeah, she was like
She's in there.
she's like the
Michael-
presenter, wasn't she?
Inside Man, you might know Michael Smiley, Irish lad. He was in Free Fire and Luther. You'll probably
yes.
recognise him.
Yeah.
Yeah, tired, isn't he?
Do you know Nick Goldsmith, producer? He worked with Garth Jennings, the director, Hitchhiker's Guide.
Yeah, I know.
Son of
Yeah, I
Zombie.
know. Garth Jennings. Yeah.
I think they'd been roped in to play zombies. Just a whole list of people.
Yeah,
I did actually see Lauren Laverne's. I did actually see Lauren Laverne's audition as well, where she's playing it like it's a zombie dating video as well. It's just I used to find her really funny back then as well.
Yeah. She's from up my way, actually. She's from Sunderland.
She's Geordie lass. She's a
yeah,
Geordie.
Sunderland. Oh, don't call her a Geordie. She'll have you.
Oh, right.
She's a Mac.
They also roped in because one of my old friends from way back, so a girl that I've known for years and years and years. She was running a karate class, teaching. So she was teaching karate, and they got a notice through. Would anybody like to take part in a movie as an extra? You'll get all the food you can eat, and get paid a little bit of money. You could bus to and from, and so all the members of this karate club all turned up, and she was a zombie. I think she did about 2 or 3 days on it, which is pretty good.
Nice.
So it wasn't, obviously it wasn't just only people that they knew, and it wasn't just spaced fans. There were, I know for a fact that a lot of the extras agencies were also contacted as well, like 2020 and Casting Collective and Ray Nights and Casting Network and people like that. So the call was put out. But yeah, so that people from far and wide working on this. They're quite interesting.
Yeah, I know the amount of people that because I know a couple of the zombies on here pop up again later in the Blood and Cornetto trilogy as well. Like the guy that throw the records as well, the records that he's on World's End at the very end as well of the when Gary King and his blank friends come in to try and get a drink.
Yeah. Isn't he nicknamed Hulk in this? Isn't he called Hulk in this?
I think so, yeah.
He is,
Yeah, there is actually another little tidbit as well that's outside of the extras. It's not really well known, but it does include Hulk and Mary, which I'll get to soon. And right now, this is where the reality is starting to hit a little bit more towards them now. Because we're seeing all these little bits. He's just switching channels, and yet every little word that's uttered seems to continue off from the previous channel. Like it's warning him about what's happening. It's like there's panic on the streets of London as an increasing number of reports of sports comments. Serious attacks on.
People who are literally being.
It's like every time he twitches the channel, it seems to follow on from what the last person was saying unintentionally. It's I'm cracking up laughing. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that in a comedy. It's so good.
Vernon.
Yeah, Vernon Kay back when he had the really, really long hair. That does take me back as well to T4 and those programs back on the Saturday morning. But now we get this great line from Nick Frost saying, "There's a girl in the garden. In the garden, there's a girl."
She's so
and there's Bloody Mary as well. They're wondering what the hell's happened, but they think she's fucking drunk, don't they? And right up until she
Hello.
Yeah, he just throws a fucking stone at her.
Oh my god, she's so drunk.
Yeah, that does kind of show how different they are as well. Shaun is trying to be a bit more of a fucking nice guy about it. He's trying to be a bit more gentle, while Ed is just like, "Oh, stop! Let's not waste fucking time. Come on, what's up? What's up?" He just gets to it.
Do you know the 2000 AD link with Mary?
Yes, I think that was what I was going to mention as well with Hulk as well, because apparently Hulk was stalking her. He was saying, "Give her a kiss at the shop," and then she tries to seek solace in the pub because she thinks he's following her, but then she gets fucking bitten, and then she becomes a zombie, and the guy's like, "Hey, gives a kiss," and she tears his fucking lips off.
Oh,
I
yeah.
know.
It appeared in 2000 AD, program 1384, 7th of April 2004.
Yeah, it's right on the DVD. I mean,
Yeah, it gives you that sort of prequel to Mary's
know.
story.
Yeah,
Bizarre.
a little tiny short story that's set in that same world. It's I read it. It's a good little tidbit to add more layers to this world that they live in. And yeah, the first thing as soon as she fucking jumps on him trying to eat him, the first thing he does is get a fucking camera and take a picture for some reason. I don't know why, but it does make me laugh. And hold it there.
Mary.
Now, here's another little bit of trivia. Apparently, when she went to audition for the zombies, they really liked her because she seemed to come across as someone with a real tragedy in her eyes when she did the zombie acting.
Yeah.
So when they were saying, "I think she wants a cuddle," they actually meant it. Apparently, that's what I'm looking. That's what I'm looking up anyway. And apparently, is Simon Pegg's favorite zombie out of the whole movie. I do like how they don't really fuck about when it comes to the gore as well. They push her on. She gets impaled on this pole by accident, and he seems genuinely concerned, doesn't he? While he's like, "Oh wait, what the fuck just happened there?"
Yeah.
He's like, "Oops." He's like, "Oops." That's his reaction.
That's still not a bad effect. That isn't a bad
Ah,
effect when she gets up. It's pretty
I
good.
watched the visual effects as well, and it is they kind of put this little pole with this fake bloody body on next to a green screen, didn't they? And then superimposed it onto her. So I think she did sort of fall on the pole, and it sort of retracted in on one shot, and then superimposed the impale injury,
Yeah.
for lack of a better word. I don't know the actual fucking term to use in this kind of sentence there, but yeah.
But it does look good. It really does
I
look
know
good. It's
still.
not.
Yeah, because I don't like CGI blood because it looks so fucking fake, and it takes away the impacts of the violence. But there is a lot of CGI blood splats here, but it does actually look pretty fucking good, and
Yeah.
it's kind of strange how it's gotten worse over the fucking years, and I don't know why.
I think because they think that by replacing one for the other, that's that's what you have to do. But it's not. It's it's using one to enhance the other.
Yeah,
That's the way to do it. That's the only way to do it. I don't understand this. You have to replicate something, and replace it rather than do an enhancement. Don't get it.
I know it's like they never seem to take a hint. I mean, it's like Jurassic Park that just enhanced the experience. It wasn't used to replace animatronics. It was just to
Yeah,
sort of
yeah,
enhance it a little bit.
yeah.
And I love how fucking British they are right here. I mean, zombies are clawing out their fucking windows, and
Yeah.
even though they're ringing for any emergency service, even a fire engine, because anything with flashing lights, it looks like they're not getting help. So what else do they do? Have a sit down. Just have a sit down. I love that.
Just close the curtains, you'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah. So now the reality of the situation is finally hitting them. It really is. Now they're getting but thankfully they're getting the information they need. And the front door's open again.
Here
And
he
this
is.
time it's Shaun. And it's kind of hinted that maybe it was Shaun's fault and Pete thought it was Ed. And it pays off as well because now it's come down to because this zombie's nearly has nearly tried to kill them, but thankfully Ed is even though they've been throwing all this fucking useless shit for some reason, Ed grabs the ashtray and smashes it over his head, and he's got this look on his face as well, like he's starting to sort of mentally start to have a bit of a taste for it as well. He's like processing this information. He's just fucking killed someone here.
You can tell the adrenaline's
Yeah.
flowing through the veins at this point.
Yeah, and fucking Shaun's like, I'm just gonna close the front door.
And we got one of the best lines in the movie as well. He's got an arm off.
Yeah, he's got an
Yeah.
arm off.
Whoa.
Fucking hell.
He's got an arm off.
You don't hear fucking hell a lot in movies, and when they said that, I was pissing myself laughing.
It's not like, oh dear, we're about to be murdered by a ravenous undead ghoul. It's no, he's got an arm off. Quick,
Yeah,
quick, grab the
I
ashtray.
like the line Ed says as well. Did you see his head go?
Yeah.
Christ, man, it's like something's staring up in him there.
Yeah, too
He's
many
ready to take 'em on,
too
isn't
many
he? I mean,
computer
Shaun's,
games.
yeah, he's ready to take him on, and Shaun's fucking going. No, the man said we should stay inside. It's like, no, we can fucking take him. Let's have it. He's really getting into it, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's pumped, isn't he?
Yeah. And now we got the what they need to know to kill these things by removing the head or destroying the brain. So this is the best I can fucking come up with. Just this fucking laundry basket and just throwing a toaster at them. These things, it's just not working. These they are not fucking good zombie slayers. They really are not. But that's why you like them as well, because they are action heroes. They're just two regular fucking guys in over their heads. But God, why they're so fucking picky about the record is like, yeah, it's kind of, but
Well,
it
I
makes
mean,
sense to most of the characters. It's like, there's a lot of things that have some value, some sentimental value, but things that you just haven't been bothering with. Let's just fucking get rid of it, but this time put it to something useful. Kill the zombies with it. And yeah, it's obviously little digs at certain artists as well, like the Batman sound. Like, don't throw away Purple Rain by Prince, but throw away the Batman soundtrack.
Yeah. That was Blue Monday. It was a first pressing.
The original pressing as well. Yeah, so if we're gonna throw fucking records at the zombies, pick the ones we don't care about no more, which does make sense. And it's just that shot of them flicking through the records while these zombies are coming at them. It just makes me laugh. So eventually they think, fuck it, we'll go into the shed that's always locked. And finally they got some proper weapons this time, a cricket bat and a fucking shovel. And for some reason, Shaun decides to kill Mary. He could have just gone with any anyway, but he really wanted to kill Mary now because she tried to kill him. It's like, it's a little petty, but it does make me laugh. And this has got to be a great switch, just a great switch of him eating the cornetto after killing these bastards.
Nonchalance.
Yeah. And I like the fact that Ed is so casual about it, while Shaun is really still processing what the fuck is happening here. He's shocked as fuck. But since they've learned all the information about the illnesses, the symptoms, they know Pete could be a zombie now. And they don't even try to look, they're just calling him out with his fucking name, aren't they? Hoping that he doesn't respond. And they don't even check, they just assume that he's just gone to work. Spider Lord Critical is at a birthday party at the moment, so he probably might not make it. But no problem, man. No problem. Enjoy your fucking night, man.
Yeah, have a good time, mate.
Yeah, and happy birthday, man. Happy birthday to, is it your niece? Let's read the message again.
Is he down the Winchester by any chance?
They're probably down the Winchester, aren't they?
Yeah, waiting for it all to blow over.
Yeah, he's at a death metal fest today with, and it's his I think it's his wife's birthday or girlfriend's birthday. I don't know if I don't think I've asked if he's married. Kirsty.
Oh,
So yeah, happy birthday, Kirsty.
It's his wife's 18th birthday, isn't it?
No, it's not his wife, it's his niece then. Yeah, he mentioned his niece. Fucking hell. I'm getting mixed up here. I do apologise, man. My fucking brain, it really is terrible.
Yeah.
So yeah, happy birthday, Kirsty, and you and Kirsty have some fun, man. Seriously, have some fun.
but not too much.
Yeah.
Leave some for the rest of us.
Yeah. And once again, he's trying to ring he's trying to ring Liz and Barbara. Found out what's happening. He's ringing Barbara first, and we found out that Phil has been bitten. He's worried for his mum, but as soon as he hears that Phil has been bitten, he'll happily kill Phil.
They were a little bit bitey.
Yeah. Oh, she's adorable, his mum. She really is.
Yeah.
She's
Lovely.
just, yeah.
I know.
She doesn't deserve any of this.
Yeah, and she's like, "We're gonna come over." It's like, "I don't mean to be a fuss." It's like, "Oh, fucking bless her." It does make it more heartbreaking as well after what happens to her later, though. It really does.
Yeah.
And yeah, he says the line, "We're coming to get you, Barbara."
Get you, Barbara.
Yeah. And this is definitely lifted from episode 5 or 6 from Space Series 2, where, right, here's the plan. We do this, we do that, do that. Yeah, the first suggestion is to take Pete's car, kill Phil, and go stay at Liz. And he's like, "Wait a minute, why should we go to Liz? Because I love her." All right, gay.
Gay.
Yeah. It's kind of like he's like, yeah, once again, he's like a school kid still, isn't he? He's like, you
Yeah.
say you love someone, you're gay. It's
Yeah.
even if it's with a girl, you're gay
And
because
marry
you
this
don't have
woman.
feelings.
Marrying women are so gay.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Yeah, but because he's put a dampener on this plan, he's like, "Listen, we'll go anywhere as long as I can fucking smoke. I want to be allowed to smoke." So is that okay? Same plan, except we get Liz and bring her here, and then he realizes no, it's not safe because the zombies have already tried breaking in. So where else can they go? And it ends up being the fucking Winchester, where they have a nice cold pan and wait for this to all blow over.
Over.
How's that for a slice of fried gold? And what is it? What is he says, Fandad?
Yeah, boy.
Nice. Make no attempt to reach loved ones. Fuck that. We're gonna do it anyway. Listen to anything you hear on the news. And
I
once
like
again,
the way they're so
Yeah.
matter of fact about when they're making a plan about killing Phil. It's just like, yeah, we'll just
and already it's
kill
going
Phil.
down the pot
Get him
because he can't fucking do it, and it's kind of fortunate that he doesn't do it as well, because we do get a very nice redeemable moment between them two.
Yes.
And once again, these shots are so fucking funny as well. They're like little fucking fake outs. He's looking for the letterbox scene if it's safe, and he's like, "Oh, it seems to be all clear," but no. Then he turns around just this one little angle. It's the place is fucking surrounded. Yeah. Once again, another line. That's don't call these zombies. Don't call them the Z word. It's ridiculous. Little insignificant line that comes back later, and it's in a very emotional, provocative way. Yeah. Wait, why is that? Why NEB is always late and gay? Because he's married to a woman. Gay. Yeah, I'm gay.
You
I'm
busted, mate. You busted.
Yeah, busted.
He's got your number.
Yeah. And yeah, I like the fact that Eddie's willing to drive Pete's car just out of spite as well. And Shaun takes off the tag like it's a fucking police badge as well. He's laying down his badge now. He's no longer the cop. And I think this is like a homage to another horror film. Well, plenty of horror films as well, especially the earlier scene where he shows up after he shuts the mirror. Only this time he's not the same Pete anymore. He's a zombie.
Oh, it's American Werewolf in London.
American Werewolf in London, yeah.
American
Wow,
Werewolf,
that's
yeah, where he sees Jack. You know, he
Still
sees Jack
doing
for the first time in the mirror.
Yeah, and he's all rotten, isn't he? So he's like his face, he's all green now. He's really decomposed, and this is another reference to Evil Dead 2 as well. He goes, "We hope you could join us."
That's
Yeah,
the one. Yeah.
yeah. So they get the fuck out, and Ed's like, he's just twirling the keys around, saying, "Oh, I'd be so pissed off if he knew I was driving his car." Right? It's like, nah, he's not going to be pissed off. Once again, the kid comes back and, like he says, "Hey, do that again, you're dead." And guess what? He is dead. He's dead. He's a fucking zombie now. Once again, we get a bit more information that, like, they're saying it's rabid monkeys that are causing this, and a little reference to 28 Days Later. And
Yeah.
And yet it wants, and it seems they still seem very unsure what's going on. Is it a fucking the satellite that came crashing down? Is it the rapid monkeys? But no. And this was from the TV clip as well that made me think, this might be a good show,
Are you
a
old? Yeah.
good movie. Sorry. Once again, he is telling, he is still. It just goes to show what different kind of character, how different these two are as well. Shaun is actually willing to check on this guy to see if he's all right, regardless of what's happening. But Ed's like, he's straight away coming to the conclusion, no, leave him. He's just another zombie anyway. But no, let's check. He could be a guy that needs saving. But as soon as it's revealed he's a zombie, Shaun's like, oh, thank God. Yeah, it's all right. No harm's done. He's already dead. And now they're at his mum's house, Barbara's, and once again, Ed's fucking man just goes berserk. He sees a fucking Jaguar and is like, "Oh, I am so driving that." And already he's already coming up with an idea to get rid of this fucking car as well, so he can drive that Jaguar.
Phil's pride and joy.
Yeah,
He's obviously. I mean, any other director would have just had a shot of the Jag, but you've got a bucket there and a sponge, and
I
it's
know.
all
And it goes,
covered in
yeah,
soap. So he's obviously being attacked while he's cleaning his pride and joy.
yeah, exactly. It's once again we're getting a little bit of information without
Yeah.
anything being said, and
Without
yeah,
even realizing
yeah,
we're
but
being told.
it's also established when he mentions like I left a Mars bar in the glove compartment, a Snickers bar in the glove compartment, and he chased me around with a bit of wood.
Piece of
A bit of
wood.
wood, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's so good in this, Penelope Wilton. She really does. She really fucking sells it here as his mum. She's just this really fucking nice old lady, and there comes the bit where he's about to kill Phil, and it's looking like he is a zombie, but it's revealed no, he's still okay. He's still alive for now. He's still Phil, and he totally bottles out of it with the cricket bat, and he's like, "What is it? Flowers of hope?" No, it's just a cricket bat. And I love how he's such an old man here as well. He's just this grumpy old man. He has this grumpy old man point of view. Is like, it's a load of overblown nonsense. I mean, I'll be all right. I ran it under a cold tap. I had my jabs. I should be fine. Which seems like a very
he
realistic.
had his jabs when
What
he went to
fucking
the Isle of
accent
Wight.
was that you were doing there, Luke? What happened there?
I have no idea, man. No idea. Fucking shut me up there, Lance, as well.
I'm trying to concentrate on my work here,
I know.
man. Keep it consistent, please.
Wasn't it? He had his jabs when he went to the Isle of Wight.
Yeah. What?
Load of overblown nonsense. A lot of drug nuts running around.
Well, that's better.
Yeah.
Not much, but we'll let you off. Gay.
Yeah, he's trying to get his mum away from him as well. It's like he's trying to sort of like say whatever he can to to convince her to leave Phil right now, because any moment he's going to turn into a zombie and he is going to attack her. And he even says,
He
"Yeah,
touched me."
yeah," and then he suddenly starts to realize what he's just done. And is like, okay, that is too far.
That is
And he does
entirely true.
retract what he said.
God almighty. That wasn't true.
But once again, we're getting hints of his relationship with his mum and Phil, and she's telling him that I know you've never always gotten along, but try to be an adult about this. Please. And it goes to show that he is still being very immature towards Phil. Phil probably is trying his best, and he's not been seeing him as that because he's lost his dad. Why should I worship this guy who isn't my dad, but he's trying to be like he's trying to replace him? And I think that's why he has some animosity towards him.
Just a quick point. Do you think that? I mean, I'll give you my opinion first. I actually think that this is a very typically British film, right? And I think that's why it sold and did so well, particularly in the United States. It wasn't a movie that was deliberately targeting an audience. It was just made as a British film. It has all these references in from these wonderful horror films and action movies and what have you. But it was made as a British film. It wasn't catering to anybody else outside of the UK. And these are the kind of films, in my opinion, are the ones that become the most successful because they don't make any effort or attempt to cater to all and sundry. They cater for an audience, and it just so happens that other people from other countries love this kind of movie or love this movie because it is typically British. It's a very, very
Yes.
British movie. The same way we love American movies because they are American movies, not trying to be anything other than American movies or French movies or Italian movies.
Yeah.
And this is where we do make big mistakes in this country. We try to cater for everybody, or there is a sector of the British film industry that makes efforts to cater for an international audience. Well, you can't. You can't. Nobody knows what an international audience is. There is just an audience. If people like it, they like it. Don't try and add things in for a European market or add things in for an American market, because I think Americans and Europeans and everybody else will see through that. They're not dumb. Audiences aren't stupid, and they see through that. And this is a movie that is not stupid and doesn't patronize an audience. It just gives an audience exactly what it needs, and that's a little bit of fun. It's there's no attempt to try and cater for everybody. It's a British film, and people love it because it is a British film.
Yeah, I know it's exactly, and even though it's so British, the Americans fucking love it. I mean, it was
Yeah,
a smash fucking hit in Americans. Even the most American apple pie eating, flag
yeah,
wearing American could watch this and say
yeah.
and love it. It's
But
I
I
think
think if we had, I say if we, and I'm using the UK as a collective, if we had put something in, um, to try and Americanize it, the Americans would see through that. An American audience would see through that. They're not dumb. They're not dumb. American audiences are not dumb. And I
no,
sometimes think that that British filmmakers who maybe are trying to be a little bit more commercial, um, are a bit patronizing towards American audiences, and they feel that they have to put something in. And I'm really talking about the executives, not necessarily the directors, but they feel they have to put something in that's going to cater for an American audience specifically. But Americans will see through that. The Americans are not stupid people. They really aren't. The American audiences, they're not dumb. And I think it's incredibly patronizing to do that, to add an element that executives might feel would cater for an American audiences. But they love British films because they're British. They love French films because they're French, and Italian films, and so on and so on and so on. The same way we love American films because they're American films. Um, Not because they're Hollywood films or they're trying to manipulate us in any way. Um, but this wouldn't have worked if an American element was added. And I would suggest that that's why the Americans love this so much. Um, and that's my two pennyworth.
yeah, I think it is. It's just different enough to be interesting for the American audience, but it's
Mm,
also relatable. There's a lot of language in there,
yeah.
um,
yeah,
sort of visual language, audible language that
Mm,
people can cling to and recognize. People like the quintessential
mm,
Englishness of the movie. I think a vast majority of Americans love the British, they love the royal
mm,
family, they love the culture and the countryside and everything that goes with Britishness, as it were.
mm,
And the same for us. We like the fact that America is slightly different to us, but it's also very familiar and very relatable.
mm.
A lot of the culture is the same as ours, even though
Yeah.
some of it's different. And sometimes we like to see different things on screen. But going back to what you were saying about, I think we pander now to non-existent audiences and what we call the modern audience, and
Yeah.
it's it's not going the way it should, in my opinion.
But I reckon that if you ask any American about this movie, why they love it, I would suggest that part of their reason for loving it, apart from it being extraordinarily well written and well acted and well directed and very, very funny. Apart from that, they would probably add something in there about its Britishness. Um, and I know there weren't many changes to cater for an audience outside of the UK. I think there was only one dialogue change.
Yeah,
And the
was it the
dialogue change
drunk? Was it the
was
drunk dialogue?
it
Because
was the drunk. Yeah,
yeah,
that's right. That was the only change, to kind of give that some universal meaning.
What was
She's
that
so
then
drunk.
specifically? Oh,
Yeah, she's so drunk. It was originally she is so pissed. And of
yeah,
course we
yeah.
have the American pissed as in pissed off.
Most of the time, it's
Yeah,
angry.
yeah.
I also thought when Peter Sir, what's his, what's his,
Serafinowicz.
Noah Finowitz. I know it took a
yeah,
while for me to get that right.
yeah, there was that, and his character name that I just couldn't get. Is it Pete? No,
Pete, yeah,
Pete. He says, "Sort your life out or whatever.
yeah,
Go and live in the shed." And then he calls him a thick fuck.
yeah.
I mean, obviously in America that means sort of a large, portly gentleman, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Which Nick Frost was. So, did anybody get that he meant he was stupid, or did they just think he was calling him fat?
I'm sure they probably did, but but considering that there would be a dual meaning,
Yeah,
it works either way, doesn't it?
it does. Yeah, yeah.
Sort your fucking life out,
Mm.
mate.
And it's funny you say that as well because they later, a couple of years later, they would do Hot Fuzz, which is really paying a homage to American style cinema, yet still
Yeah,
feels British, still
yeah,
feels
Yeah.
yeah,
British as fuck. It almost contradicts itself, but it works as well.
yeah,
I think it is, but it's also, I think, the fact that Nick Frost's character is such a huge fan of the likes of Point Break and Bad Boys and all the rest of it, that you can see that he's trying to emulate that style of action hero, and that's what he kind of longs for throughout the movie. Anyway, it's not just a gung ho, let's get loads of guns and pretend that we are one of those movies. You can see where it stems from.
I know. And I really
Frost's
like the fact
character.
I do like the fact that Simon Pegg's character Nick is a cool action hero, but he's still
Yeah.
he still acts like a police officer realistically as well. Like
mm,
he focuses more on paperwork, than fucking shooting guns and car chases, which is mostly police work anyway. And we're probably getting a bit off topic here now, but yeah, I'll get back onto the film. But it's looking like I love this little scene where Phil just jumps right in. It's like his 10, but always like sometimes you just gotta be a man. And it's looking like Shaun is about to kill him as well. He's about to be the man and take that fucking first step. He's holding a knife, but no, he fucking backs out again. He's like, he's getting shit from Phil as well and he's doing that fucking thing with his mouth kids do when they're being shouted at, like that very childish sort of like mimicking, which always makes me laugh. And then what does fucking what does Ed do? He's creating the car. He's not gonna pass up a chance to drive that fucking Jaguar, is he?
Do you think he did that on purpose then? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes,
yeah.
obviously did.
I've never been sure for the past 20 years. I couldn't quite make my mind up.
Yeah, he's obviously did. That's why he looks so coy saying, I guess we're taking the Jag.
Yeah, what a shame.
Yeah, so they've had the Bloody Mary, and here comes the bite of the king's head. And yeah, once again, they don't fuck about with the gore. You actually see the
Yeah,
fucking
it's gruesome,
flesh
isn't it?
just rip out of his neck. It's really gruesome.
Yeah, he's gonna feel that in the morning, isn't he?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I loved it. And once again, a little moment, he's complaining about fucking Ed putting on really fucking loud, obnoxious music, and it comes back again to a very funny moment. And look at him; he's obviously showing off to Barbara a little bit as well, isn't he? Look at him.
Yeah.
Yeah, even when his fucking neck is bleeding, he's like, you do realise you're going 60 miles on a 30-mile-per-hour road? Which is so fucking British. I love it. It's so British. And he has to get the fuck, and he can't get the Charles locks off because safety first. It's like, yeah, your neck's fucking bleeding, and you're still thinking about safety. Oh man, it's so good. It's so good. So now they've got to go get Liz, and yeah, he's just fucking. He looks like he's. I think Simon Pegg was kind of having a ball as well, just swinging this fucking thing and whacking these people in the face. It's. I don't get a sick laugh out of it. Now we're back to the scene which mirrors the earlier scene where he was trying to win Liz back, and this time he does climb through the fucking back fence, and even his heroic rescue is a bit dorky as well. He's got his face pressed against the glass, saying, "I've come to save you." Yeah, which he can't even come to save her and look cool. He has to look like a total fucking dork. And it is a nice little change in his character as well. You can really see he's starting to evolve a little bit. He is taking control. He is actually trying to show some initiative, and you can really,
Taking
she
that
can
bull
see it.
by
She
the
can see it
horns,
as well. Yeah,
even though they were safe already.
yeah. No, it's kind of because he kind of makes things worse as well, even though he's trying to do the right thing. It's
Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of like Ash in Evil Dead 3, where he ends up making it fucking worse than he should, but you still kind of like him. You still sort of see he's still a good guy. He's just a bit of a fuck up.
Yeah.
But Dave's more of a twat though, because he just fucking whines about it, doesn't he? And he could have just stayed there, but no, but because some stupid fucking pride, he doesn't want to stay by himself. So yeah, and even Di's convinced to go with him. And
She
so what's the
looks
plan? They go
impressed.
to the winch. Yeah, sorry mate, what was you going to say?
I was going to say she looks impressed by
She
Shaun's.
does, yeah. Yeah, he
Shaun's
looks like he looks like he's got some fucking drive in him, and he doesn't look like he's just walking around the world half dead, unlike these zombies that are fully undead.
fully
Now, this scene
undead.
coming up here is you notice how he's the only one hitting people with the cricket bat. I think it's because it was the only thing that was actually rubber and soft, while the objects Liz, Di, and Danny have were actually really fucking dangerous. So they didn't really hit anyone, or not seen in shot hitting anyone. Though this could never get, they could never get away with this today, though.
I know what's coming. What's up, gentlemen?
Yeah. Now they're all crammed in this fucking car and have to get to the Winchester, and finally Liz and Barbara fucking meet each other, and it's real cute as well. They're just like, hello. But Ed, he's just fucking psychotic. He's just running everyone over. He's just having a laugh. He just does not care. And even Shaun's like, please calm down. I mean, you're going to get us fucking killed here. But this is where, this is where it explains it. This is the logical deduction has come to why the Winchester is the best place. Big, heavy doors, and it's got bolts in. It's a good place to be secure. And once again, the line with the Winchester being the argument between the Winchester gun actually not being a real gun, Big Al's full of shit because he says dogs can't look up. And even they're even kind of curious as well. With what do you mean dogs can't look up? It's like they're properly going off topic here. But we do get a nice little redeeming moment as well, where we see that Phil really wasn't the bad guy Shaun's making him out to be. Phil was probably hard on him, but he just wanted Shaun to, have some drive, and not have the death of his father, ruin his life.
He just tried to give him some tough love, didn't he?
A bit of tough love, so he can, so he can grow up a strong, reliable guy that can be there for people he loves. And it turns out it's not been the case, though. He's just ended up being a very passive guy, and he's drove the love of his life away.
It's quite ironic, really,
Yeah.
when you see the softer side of Philip. He's all his life he's sort of portrayed Philip as a monster,
Yeah.
and you suddenly see this softer side of Philip, and then of course, he transforms into the monster that Shaun
Yeah.
always kind of portrayed him or had him portrayed in his own head.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly why this is the writing is so fucking clever, and Shaun just breaks down as well. Like that, there is so many years wasted hating this guy as well, and he does finally call him his dad as well.
Yeah,
And once again, it does redeem Shaun a little bit.
does.
It wakes him up, like Nick's just said. It wakes him up,
Of course,
and
but he's
it's like
also been
fucking hell, everyone's screaming about the cat, and he loves the weapons. He's turned into a zombie, and Barbara's still in totally denial in denial about this as well. And it's like, no, listen, he's not my dad. He was, but whoever this guy is, he's not the man you loved. Everything about him is gone now. And what happens? He turns off the fucking radio.
Turns off the music, yeah.
Yeah, and he looks embarrassed as well. I was like, okay, let's go. Nothing to see here. Because all he's done is in that last little moment before the fuck off, he's proved him wrong. Even as a zombie, there's still hints of Phil there.
Yeah.
And you're not suggesting we walk, do you? Yeah, the walking.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Adventure.
And once again, Snake Hips shows up again, and this time he's surrounded by women, but not in the way that he would have preferred. It's a very cruel joke on a very minor character, and
still getting noshed, though, isn't he?
Yeah. I like how Liz is kind of like, listen, you aren't really doing this to impress me, are you? Because I have not changed my mind. You know, this doesn't really change anything between us. And then we bump into the doppelgangers. You know, this is the team that are doing better. They've still got their weapons, and it's a great who's who of comedy cameos. You've got Martin Freeman as the opposite Shaun. You've got Reece Shearsmith as the opposite David. Tamsin Gregg as the opposite Di. Julia Deacon from Spaced as the opposite Barbara, and Matt Lucas as the opposite Ed. And and it does add a nice little bit of surrealism that can only be pulled off by Edgar Wright and his very sort of more exaggerated style of comedy.
Yeah.
And now this is another tidbit as well, because the shirt Matt Lucas is wearing was originally going to be worn by Ed. It was called I Heart Pussy, but they decided it was too coarse. Replace it with I Got Wood, which is actually funnier. But so I like the fact that this shirt isn't actually fucking lost here. It's shown, but it's barely highlighted or
there was another one as well, wasn't there? There was another, I think, because I think it was Edgar Wright's brother who did a lot of the graphic design on this, and it was Edgar Wright's brother who did the T-shirts, and there was another one called Bumping Donuts. I think was the other one, Bumping Donuts, which was apparently is a lesbian reference. But they decided not to
Why
use
did I
that
get
one.
that straight away? Bumping donuts.
Oh, these are me timbers.
I'm gonna wake up in the middle of the night just giggling myself back to sleep.
Yeah. And the look on the Bond's face as well, where they said, "Where are you off to?" The pub, and she's like, really? And this really pissed me off about her as well, because she looks like she knows something as well. Why didn't she warn him and say, "Why don't you come along with us? We might, we've got weapons here. You'll stand a great more chance of surviving with us." But no, she kind of just fucks off.
I think they kind of identify that these, we're the cool ones. We know what we're doing. These are the
we're the
incompetent
competent
fools.
ones, aren't we? We're the ones that are actually doing fucking better in this.
If we take this lot with us, we're doomed.
That's it. We're going to compromise our safety with these goons. No thanks. See ya.
Yeah, and she's just found out the split up, and I forgot to mention earlier that when they were talking on their first encounter in the movie, she says a line, "I'm glad someone has made it," and once again, that's a really good line that comes back, and it's really impactful when it comes up again. Every fucking line that comes back just starts off insignificant, like a little casual bit of dialogue, and just becomes something else, something much more as well.
Yeah.
But that's what makes the comedy between these two opposites so well, because the best comedies usually are are the ones that focus on the losers, the underdogs.
Yeah.
The kind of people you wouldn't want by your side in a desperate situation, because they'll probably end up fucking it up for you.
But it's kind of, again, there's an irony, really, isn't there? That, you know,
Yeah.
Shaun really kind of started off as a zombie. You know, he really was pretty much a zombie. And it took the zombie apocalypse to turn him into a man, really, turn him into a human being. You know, somebody who's a man of action, at least.
I know he may not be fucking good at it, but at least he's trying, though, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah,
And plus, it's a zombie apocalypse. You're taking a fucking risk, no matter how competent you are, anyway.
yeah.
Because you're in a situation where everything's out to fucking eat you. You can be the most tactical, fucking most badass pest on the planet, but at the end of the day, your luck's going to run out anyway.
Yeah.
And yeah, so this is where he's leading them to the Winchester, and he's like, the Winchester is over those 20 fucking high fences, and he's like, what's the matter? Never taken a shortcut before. He just fucking falls over when he tries to jump over.
Yeah, the fence
It's
collapses.
so good. Yeah, he tries to look cool, and once again, he looks like a total fucking dog. It's like he just cannot catch a fucking break. None of them can.
I like the fact that they carry that on into Hot Fuzz as well, where he
Yeah,
actually
and
does take a shortcut, and then it's Nick Frost's turn to kind of collapse the fence.
yeah. I think you can hear, when you watch Hot Fuzz and that happens, you can hear people in the background laughing as well. It's only, I think you might have to turn the sound really high up, but you can hear it. Yes, Nick's. It's in the next ones as well. It's in Hot Fuzz. It's in Wild's End, and this part where she thinks Jill and Derek live around here, and then once again, the guy we saw at the bus stop in the opening credits is there. He's a zombie.
Ah.
And then it takes a while for Shaun to notice that someone's missing, and Di doesn't even notice that fucking Barbara's missing as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, then we hear a scream.
Six of us.
Yeah. And I love this as well. It's just how I fucking know he jumps on this trampoline and does this fucking cool stuntman roll. It's what the hell?
This is the stunt of the movie. That's very good.
Yeah, and it's obviously and I think if you watch enough zombie movies before seeing this, you probably will have known that Barbara's already been attacked, but it's not revealed yet. And I love the music that plays in this scene, because it was used in Spaced as well. I think it was the scene where the head of Dark Star Comics rings up Tim to let him know he wants to see his portfolio while he's playing Time Crisis. Once again, a little nod back to Space, which I always love. I love little nod backs to the previous works that they've done here. And yeah, she fucking gets in there as well. They're just using everything they can, and I love how Di just passes him this pole, and the first thing he assumes is to use the fucking ball instead of just impaling him. But yeah, they're showing their support as well, and fucking David's just stood there fucking frozen, not doing anything.
Isn't Ed just texting on his phone?
Yeah.
Just see if I can score some.
Yeah. Feel free to step in any time, and it's like, don't want to cramp your style.
Yeah, you're doing all right. Yeah.
And you can see in the background that Barbara's putting a tissue underneath her sleeve right now.
Yeah.
It's one thing you miss on the first time watching, though, but later on, the more you watch it, you notice it.
This is one of my favourite parts.
Yeah. So now he has to check on if the Winchester, if it's clear, if the coast is clear, and it's just this one little shop. He just goes right up, pauses.
The camera doesn't even move or follow him. I love it. It just,
I know, it's
it goes up, and you know what's coming. It's just
the look on his face just says it all. It's like
comedy genius.
Yeah.
Is it clear?
No.
No.
How many? Lots. It's like
lots. It's a good amount.
Yeah, and it does crank up the tension as well. It makes the situation more desperate, because that's what you need for something like this. It's funny, but at the same time, it's scary. You feel scared. You still have to feel scared for these characters, because at the end of the day,
it is still a horror comedy.
Yeah.
You still have to have horror in it. But I do like the fact that Shaun is still trying to think of a way around this, where he can get everybody out, and it just goes to show that even in his own stupid way, he can still be deductive and still adapt to the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and he sees the zombie impaled on the train. It gives him an idea, and Di being a failed actress comes into play. She's a failed actress, but she's the best they've fucking got at the moment to make
She's
this work.
She's their only hope.
Exactly. And she acts like a fucking drama teacher as well. Okay, come on, limber up, loosen up. That is a proper acting teacher thing as well, because they're always telling you to do this, sort of like limber up to help you get into the rhythm of acting. Oh yeah, RT. Oh yeah, thank you, man. It's not till tomorrow, but yeah, it probably is saying that. Yeah, it's probably saying that where you are right now. So yeah, 19th is my birthday tomorrow. Thank you, man. I didn't
You
want to
kept
mention.
that quiet, you bastard.
Yeah, it's not till tomorrow. That's why I didn't mention it.
Oh,
Oh, mate.
give me a ring in the morning and I'll
Yeah.
congratulate you.
Yeah, so it's already saying it's my birthday right now where RT is because of the time differences. So let's have a look. I'm fucking offended they gave the Irish guy in the film a Welsh name. Cultural appropriation. Where the fuck is Simile on that? Oh god, yeah, he is insufferable, this fucking guy. God. He has no fucking screen charisma and already he thinks he's the dog's bollocks. But yeah, moving on, man. So yeah, and I love that she really does want these guys to really do a convincing job as well. She doesn't half-ass telling everyone to get in character. She really does a good job here, and it's like, damn man, she really she probably should have been a working actress with the way she's teaching teaching everyone what to do here. And this is like a little hint as well. Barbara is already doing a good job without trying. That's another little hint of what's to come.
She's just daydreaming and she looks
Yeah.
like a zombie. That's
Yeah,
brilliant.
because
Brilliant
she knows
work.
what's going to happen. She knows what's going to happen to her. That's why she's not concentrating. She's
Mm.
processing what's happening, and we don't realise that yet.
She's already overqualified.
Yeah. Yeah, I like her. And Liz gets it straight away as well, the old zombie thing, so she does a real good job. And yeah, Dave is just being such a fucking sourpuss. He's like not putting any effort. He's like, this is ridiculous. And he's like, listen, just fucking do it, all right? You got no choice. So yeah, even this half-ass attempt is the best he can do. Yeah. So again, Ed doesn't do a fucking good job, and he's just like, what the fuck is that? Right, well, what fucking zombies then?
Their exchange is just priceless, isn't it?
I know.
That's all right.
Yeah, Shaun fucking does a good job as well in
Yeah, it's
so
all
now,
right, I suppose.
yeah, and now to put it to the test. And yeah, it's really fucking scary as well. I mean, look, Dave looks like he's shitting himself a little bit. Is and I think they already cottoned on as well because before they even reached the pub and started shouting for the landlord, John, I could see a few zombies were already starting to follow them anyway. So yeah, they were already fucking busted. Even if Shaun wasn't calling for John and Ed wasn't being interrupted by fucking
unless that's kind of
customers.
part, unless that's kind of part of like the zombie collective, you know, because they all
Yeah,
there's a, you know, it's almost like a gaggle of these zombies. They have to kind of stick together. So it's,
yeah,
you know, it could possibly be, you know, I kind of took it as part of they just operate in crowds. You know, they're always there in crowds. You know what I mean? Like, you know, let's face it, like
yeah, like a
consumers are.
head, aren't they?
Yeah.
I know, and yeah, but whatever was happening, the fucking plan's gone to kaput now because one of his fucking customers has to ring. So yeah, his customer is probably sitting in some house just gagging for a fucking bit of weed as well, just to pass the time until this all blows over. And yeah, they never think about what his drug dealer's up to or anything. It's and he's still trying to fucking score even when they're about to be fucking eaten. He's way too casual about this. He's not actually weighing up the situation, is he?
No.
But this is where it's kind of revealed that even though Shaun has been sticking up for him, that there is still a little bit of things that he's been repressing with Ed that he hasn't wanted to admit that this guy has been holding him back. But now this is where it really comes out. He really does make his feelings clear that yeah, you have been holding me back. You know, everyone was fucking right. You are a fucking idiot, and you've done nothing but make my life. You've make my life worse than it fucking should have done. And I should have said something earlier, but while I have that little tip, yeah, they've got to fucking get back on track now and try and get out of this situation whatever they can. So David now grabs the bin, he fucking throws it through the window, tells everyone to get in. And so Shaun and I like the fact that Shaun adapts as well. He's like he's willing to fucking put his life on the line just to make sure everyone else gets in safe. So yeah, he uses himself as bait, which I think is fucking great.
What a guy.
Yeah. Yeah, Simi Luwin is busy claiming Taiwan for the CCP. Yeah, that is fucking bad. Fuck that guy. I'll do these last few bits on the CCP and I'll move on. Yeah. Canadian Compendium Communist Caretaker Costume Clowns Party. Yeah, somewhere in there is we see that kid as well from earlier in the opening credits, but Tyres is in that crowd somewhere. There he is. There's Michael Smiley.
Ah, that's the guy. Michael Smiley.
Yeah, and I think there was going to be a little hint of another little connection to space as well, where we saw a dog eating one of the dead bodies, and the dog was Colin. But I think they've cut that out. I've not seen it anywhere.
Yeah, I think they had Colin on, or rather Ada, wasn't it? There was a dog. They had Ada on set. But unfortunately they got so far behind that they couldn't actually use her for the shots, so they didn't actually film anything with her, which I think is a great shame. I would love to have seen Colin back in.
Yeah, I know, just that nice little Easter egg it is, and
yeah.
And once again, the flowers thrown in the bin is not fucking wasted. The flowers that he was supposed to give to his mum ends up heading to his mum. Ends up being in possession of his mum, and she's like, "I think they're for me." And I agree, Nix. It's really it's hilarious, but at the same time, very touching. And this is where we sort of see just what a complete fucking knobhead Dave is. He really is. He doesn't help the situation. He fucking complains, and it's kind of right as well. They are putting too much faith in Shaun here at the moment. He could be fucking eating. We don't know, but he's not making the situation even better. Even when he starts saying that maybe he should take charge, he's like, "No, you're the last person I want in charge, mate. You're a complete fucking knobhead. You have no idea what you do."
Calls him Captain Wow, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Captain Wow.
I know, because even though Shaun's an idiot, he's at least trying it. All he's done is fucking bitch and moan, and it's like, if you're not part of the fucking solution, you're part of the problem.
Yeah. Gentlemen, it's at this point that I must leave you. I'm sorry for butting in constantly and making such a huge contribution and taking up all the time on the stream.
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem, man. So anyway, because I know you're real busy as well, and get whatever work you need doing. Because I know.
Well, that was slightly sarcastic, met with complete silence. But I'm trying to get this fucking book finished, and also everybody's texting me about the rave tomorrow, wanting to know what time I'm going.
Yeah, get your book finished, man. It was good to have you on, even if it's just for a couple of minutes or whatever. Even if it's for a couple of sentences, as long as you show up, and you have a bit of fun as well. But yeah, get your book ready, man, and I hope it all works out. And
the launch date is still 1st of December. That's the same day as the YouTube movie quiz, so it's all going to tie in. So keep that Sunday free. I don't need too much of your time. Perhaps sort of 9-10 hours, something like that. Yeah, but I'll see you then. Sorry, because I'm so bogged down in this thing. It's like I've got to get off.
Yeah, completely understandable, mate. Totally understand.
And I'm supposed to do a live a bit later with Retro, so I didn't know if that's going to happen. All right, guys. I'll catch you later. Enjoy the.
See you on Sunday, mate.
Yeah, I'll see you Sunday.
I'll see you then, man. Anyway,
right.
look forward to it, man. Okay,
I definitely will not be hungover. I will see you then.
Okay,
I
mate.
would be ashamed if you wasn't hungover. When the podcast hungover, come on.
Are you raving again, Lance?
Yeah. Drinker started streaming the Resident Evil game. I wonder where did he get the inspiration? Can you help me out, maybe, Captain? Were you on about when he popped on my Resident Evil stream earlier, man, or is when he started streaming the games? No, I'm a bit confused there. Sorry about that, man. Unless he's actually meaning him popping on my gaming stream to because he's putting timestamps, so I think that might have been when it happened. I don't know. I need to rewatch that again. But back to the film. Yeah, and they haven't really got much of a plan as well, but I love how Eddie's like, he's already got a plan. Fucking toasties. There's a breathful machine out back. Once again, the land comes back again in a very funny, in very hilarious fashion. And yet even Dad's getting frustrated with fucking Dave at the moment. She really is. She's been with this guy for a fucking long time as well, knowing that he's only with her just to get close to Liz, and it's and that kind of frustration is kind of coming up as well with her, and I don't like how Liz is finally blowing up at David, saying, "Listen, we made our fucking decision. We have to fucking make the best of it." And she's right, because what else are they gonna do? Fucking go out and get killed? They got to take whatever safety option they can at the moment, do the best they can. But Dave's not having it. He just fucking blows up. He starts throwing everywhere, like, "Oh look, here's your mini cheddars. Fucking have that, and your hog lumps." And yeah, and Shaun shows up. He actually makes his promise. He keeps true to his word. He makes it through for them and comes back for them. And it's like a little bit of progression. And Liz is real happy to see that happen. And there is a little extra in the Shaun of the Dead DVD where we do find out how he managed to escape the zombies. And apparently all he had to do was run a little bit further away enough just to stop and rest, let the zombies catch up, and keep running until they were well away from the pub, which we found out wasn't really successful.
Didn't really pull it off, did he?
Yeah, he didn't. It's like, I mean, there was a back door before he went to smash the window. I was like, well, I wasn't jeopardizing our situation by having a tiff with my boyfriend. It's like, he's not my boyfriend. Might be a bit warm. The cooler's off. Thanks, babe.
Thanks, babe.
Another little line lifted from Spaced. I love that. So what's the plan? He's got that blank face and it just cuts to him saying, "Would anybody like a peanut?" And they just sat there. It's like, yeah, we've got to the Winchester. What the fuck next now? What else are we going to do until this blows over? The power's out, and first thing you can think of is the party trick. And even Eddie's not willing to do it because, like I said earlier, he's willing to do it for Shaun, but really embarrassed for everyone else.
You can't pull that shit off in public.
I know.
It's,
but there's another little. But now we've got the lights coming on in the street, so that means the power grid isn't fully out. It's just the pub itself that they need to turn the power on. And all he has to do is just switch off enough to help them make out what's happening without giving their location away. But the zombies have followed him, and right there is Paul Kaye, the legend Paul Kaye, Dennis Pennis himself.
Dennis Pennis, man. Yeah.
Yeah, or as people may know him now, is Ricky Gervais's arsehole psychologist or psychiatrist or therapist from Afterlife.
I think he's so underused, such an underused actor.
He is. He's very funny, Paul Kaye. I do like him. he was very funny in that episode of Spaced as well, where they go, which actually is the same episode where with the Resident Evil references, where he plays a drama student playing a fucking vacuum cleaner.
Yeah,
For some reason.
What was that? That series that he did. It got cancelled after one season. I think it was called. Was it called The Persuasionists?
I don't know. I mean, I know he did another sitcom in the early 2000s called Perfect World as well, where he was like this some arsehole executive or something like that. It's been a long time now, but yeah, he was very funny in it.
Yeah. And then unfortunately he did that film that was supposed to be one of those kind of slightly sort of brassed off / Billy Elliot / cutting it kind of, sort of working class type movies about a guy in a bowls club or something. I can't remember what it was called, and it was
Black Ball.
terrible.
Black Ball.
Oh, terrible, terrible film, terrible. Yeah, but he did this sitcom. I'm sure it was called The Persuasionists.
Can have a look.
I think it might have been the early 2000s, if not late 90s, maybe.
Yeah,
So-
probably is. Yeah, I'll just step out for a second. Anyway, I just need to sort something
Okay.
out. Turn the heater on a little bit because it's starting to get a bit cold. I do apologise, but keep on
Sorry,
going,
mate.
man. Yeah,
Yeah,
keep going.
I mean, so he does appear as a zombie in this. There's quite, as you say, quite a few. I didn't know that Russell Howard appeared as a zombie in this.
Aye, apparently so. He's in the credits anyway.
I mean, personally, I think Russell Howard is probably the least funny human being that's ever walked God's green earth.
You're not keen then.
No, it's not that I'm not keen. I just can't stand the bloke. I think he's
No.
terrible. I think he's absolutely awful. I mean, to be honest with you, I've seen funnier serial killers. If I'm honest, I just don't find the
I've
guy
not
funny.
seen it yet though, Black Ball. My mates are telling me it's good though, so I'll still try and give it a go when I get a chance. I can't believe I've not seen it yet. I keep forgetting about that movie.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
No, honestly,
but
I've not even seen It's All Gone Pete Tong either, and people were banging on about that when that came out.
But yeah, was I right about Persuasionists? I mean, I
Can't
haven't
seem to find it. Like
No?
goes unless it's omitted. Goes right back to 1990. His work.
All right.
Mm.
Maybe I'm completely
us
wrong.
Well,
and
we'll
and I
try
dreamt-
and get to that
Maybe
later.
I dreamt it.
Yeah.
The Sunday show was where
There
he
was a
did his
show called The
Dennis.
Persuaders, though. I know that, but
Yeah,
that's
that
a
was
real one, isn't it?
yeah.
And yeah, they finally got the TV on, and it's just stand by for information. And this is actually when the film gets a bit fucking a little. You kind of feel the despair and the desperation here, though. It does. Things start to get fucking real here.
Here's a little bit of a nugget for you, right? So when they're going through the TV and they're flicking through the channels and they have all these different test cards, these different sort of, end transmission signals and all those kind of things. Apparently, apparently, it took them months just to get clearance for those test cards to be used from the different channels. It
Wow.
took longer to get those done than it did to write the script. Just to get clearance for the test cards. And they said it was an absolute nightmare. And that's one of the jobs of the production manager. That's the sort of thing that a production manager does. They have to find clearance for different things. Yeah, something so basic and mundane, and you'd think that it would just be something that you could put on TV, but no. They had to get clearance from all of the owners of those test cards.
Shit, man.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. But yeah, well, I'm glad they fucking did manage to clear it though. But yeah, so yeah, once like I said just now, this is where the situation really gets fucking desperate. I mean, it actually does start to feel like an actual horror film and not just a comedy. I mean, that line she says as well, the way she says it, there's nothing really on the TV anyway, is there? And it's you kind of feel for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Shaun realizes he's fucked up now, so the best bet is to stay quiet. But because she gave fucking Ed £1 earlier, he manages to puts it into the fucking slot machine he was playing earlier, and God, the fucking noises the fucking noise it causes, the attention it grabs, the attention it it just gets way too many unnecessary attention from where, and that's the last thing they need. And there's the place is fucking surrounded now. The situation is even more bloody desperate, and to make things worse, fucking Queen comes on the jukebox.
Yeah.
Because it's on random. Yeah, now we found out that John the barman and his wife are zombies now as well, and Ed tries to use Molotov cocktails to fucking get rid of them, but the whole place will go up. So best bet is pull cues, and it's a real funny guy. They're just kind of hitting him in synchronization to the actual fucking "Don't Stop Me Now" tune. It's
I don't even think they had clearance for the song as they were filming this part. I think they were just
you're absolutely right. Yeah, they didn't have clearance for it. They
just
wanted
hoping for
it,
the
so
best.
I think they had. It was going to be either "Don't Stop Me Now" or it was a Boney M track, wasn't it? "Rah Rah Rasputin" or something.
They wrote it with that in mind, didn't they? And just
apparently the fucking the machine actually seems to have notes from Phantom of the Opera, despite the fact it's called "Ooh Ah Dracula." From what I'm reading in the trivia, anyway. But it's another little tidbit that that carries on in the next movies as well. And I love these fucking bits that just come back later on. Sorry to jump ahead, but there were some issues with some uncredited people in this movie. Or am I thinking of a different Nick Frost, Simon Pegg movie? Oh, I don't know then. I have to
think
look
this was my least enjoyable part of the movie. I think.
Was
Does
it?
that make me boring?
No. Why was that? Why?
I just thought the whole thing. It was kind of out of place. I think. I mean, we've seen them dispatch zombies earlier in the film, and it was a couple of whacks with a cricket bat, and yet there's 3 of them with pool cues just dancing around a zombie. I mean, it's nice to look at, and visually and whatever. It's mildly entertaining, but I don't know. I just don't think it belonged in the movie. It kind of took me out a little bit.
Yeah, that's a fair comment. It's a
Yeah.
fair comment. I mean, I would disagree personally, but I think that's a pretty fair comment to make. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Plus, the tone does change a lot in this third quarter because the situation is a bit more desperate now, and there's not. But thankfully, they do still have enough humor as well to stop it from getting too serious. I mean, it's like I mean, she tries throwing darts at his head as well, and it ends up hitting him. And
I enjoyed that immensely. I'll just add.
I know, yeah, because
a dart in the side of the head is always entertaining, no matter who's the recipient.
I know. And they did actually try and get some advice on all right, whereabouts could a dart penetrate his head without killing him? And so, yeah, they really wanted to make this still realistic, despite some of the more exaggerated moments.
Yeah.
And finally, they kill him. They shove him in the jukebox. They finally kill the Queen. And using the gun without shooting because he still thinks it's a piece of display, like something that's discontinuous ornament. But it turns out Big Al was right. The gun is fucking real, and but dogs can still look up. And this also harks back to the scene where Shaun is helping Ed out playing time splitters because the things he instructs him to do, he ends up actually doing as well with this rifle.
Yeah. Even though he's an absolutely shit shot.
Oh, yeah. He's way in over his head with his fucking rifle.
Put it down, man. Give it to your mum.
Yeah.
She'll do a better job.
But it's like he's the best in the worst situations to fucking handle it. Ed shot his sister with an air rifle, and he obviously doesn't fucking trust him with the rifle. Dave won't fucking do it because he's a pacifist. And Di is... I
Die.
forgot the excuse that Di uses anyway. Like she's
Die is die.
yeah.
Yeah. Don't give her the weapon.
I know, but once again, he's taking charge. He is kind of evolving, even though he is still a fucking idiot who has no idea what he's doing. And I don't like the fact he's he almost looks like something out of Deer Hunter as well. He's got the bloody white
Yeah, I
shirt
like that.
and tie on his head.
Yeah.
I know, and the only one
It's got to
thing-
be it's got to be the easiest Halloween outfit that you can possibly put
Oh
together.
yeah,
isn't it?
just
You
get
know
a
what I mean?
bloody white short sleeve shirt. As the fucking Georgia as the slacks with some casual shoes, and that's it. And the
Yeah.
red bandana.
Bit of blood and a rifle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorted. And a fat friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I love this quote as well. Like he quotes, "The only thing that will redeem mankind is cooperation." And Liz is like, "You had that for beer, Matt, didn't you?" It's like, "Yeah, it was getting sex recalled." And she does, and and it's real sweet as well. She's like, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone," because yeah, he's got a real cool moment where he's stepping up and being at least trying to take charge, and she's not going to step on that moment. And yeah, this is where it does get a bit serious. I mean, Barbara finally reveals to Liz that she's been bitten and she will die and she will come back as a zombie, and it's really fucking tragic. It's definitely one of the most heartbreaking fucking moments in this movie, because to see such a sweet character have this happen to her, it's oh man, she plays it so well.
I
And
think they were all genuinely upset, weren't they, when
oh yeah,
they had to film this scene?
I know, and it really affects them as well, because Liz is finally getting to know her ex-boyfriend's mum as well, and Di's obviously upset as well seeing this happen, because she seems to have a bit of she does seem to be a bit more lenient towards Shaun, while David is more fucking is just much more harsh towards him. And like the barman said, "Sorry, we're closed," and this time it's Shaun doing it, and it's like it should be a real cool fucking line, but because he didn't fucking cock the gun, it just clicks. Absolute shit shot. He's fucking missing everything because he's they keep saying 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and it's just confusing him. But he does finally get this one in the head as well, and but the gun is empty, so he has to reload and get everything blocked up as well, keep them all out. And yeah, damn man, like I said, it's one of the most hard hitting moments in the fucking movie. It's when things do start to get a bit more fucking serious as well. And yeah, even for seeing Ed fucking cry as well kind of breaks me a little bit as well, because he's kind of been real casual about what's been fucking happening. And this time he really is kind of taking the situation a bit more seriously. But David, once again, he's I know he's fucking right here. I know she's going to come back and he has to fucking kill her, but you just can't. You still kind of want to slap him here. You do. You still kind of want to slap him.
Well, we've wanted to slap him since the start of the film, so nothing's really changed. But yeah, this really sort of hammers it home, doesn't it? Brings it crashing back down to earth.
Yeah, and the animosity they've had between each other really fucking starts to come out even more as well, doesn't it? Like, you know, he holds the glass bottle and saying, "Don't you point that gun at my mum," and fucking
it's just
brings
little,
out a fucking
little.
glass. Yeah, don't point that gun at Barbara.
Yeah, it's his little Reservoir Dogs moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like the West Mexican standoff, and until Di pops in and saying, "Listen, this only exacerbates things." Once again, that word pops up again, and he's like, "What does that mean?" Well, it isn't exactly fair. So he actually hands her the fucking bottle to fucking hold against Shaun as well to make it fair. Only to fucking grab a fucking corkscrew and hold it against David. It's like, what the hell? But David is kind of right. He's like, she's not your mum anymore. She's going to be another zombie. And the Z word comes back into play as well. It's like, don't use the Z word. But once again, all this fucking the stuff that they've repressed over the years just comes fucking exploding out in there. It really does. Even Di actually calls out Dave that admits to Dave that she's had to deal with the fact that I know you're only with me because you wanted to get close to Liz, and that she could never love you, and that you still refuse to come to terms with it. And it just really does fucking make the situation even more worse. It just shows that all this stuff that's been bubbling up is really fucking coming out at the worst possible time. And it does add more layers to these characters. But even Liz admits that, yeah, Dave is right. He's a fucking twat, but he is right. But she handles the situation a bit more better. She actually does try to reason with Shaun here. She does show a lot of sympathy towards him.
It's almost mirroring what Shaun said to his mum about Philip earlier. That there's nothing there. He's not your husband. It's something else.
Yeah.
But this time around, Shaun can't believe what he's hearing.
Yeah. And Nix is right here. Yeah, he's just found and lost his fucking dad. A couple of hours later, he has to lose his fucking mom. I mean, yeah, this it's funny as fuck, but it is harsh when it wants to be. And this has actually caused some ambiguity amongst most viewers as well, because she kind of looks sad that Shaun is pointing this gun at her. She doesn't really fucking snarl until Dave says, "Do it." She snarls at Dave.
Yeah, I think she. I think there's something there that sort of still recognizes him as her son.
Yeah.
I think she still has that little bit of recognition. And there's that moment where it goes, it just sort of switches off and something else switches in.
The humanity disappears from her soul.
I know, and Dave, all he had to do was just keep his fucking mouth shut, but no, he has to say he had to do the right thing, and Shaun just fucking whacks him one. And it is I never got to see this at the cinema, but I would not be surprised if people fucking cheered at him on after he finally smacked him.
Wow.
And I remember watching the commentary as well. They actually said that he almost looks a bit like Dustin Hoffman in Straw Dogs here, holding this gun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Of course.
Yeah,
I get that. I totally get that. Somebody who, because Dustin Hoffman's character was a pacifist, wasn't he? It was.
Yeah.
I completely understand that. Yeah, it's a good parallel, that.
Yeah, I need to watch that film again. It did have a couple of weird moments that confused me, but it's still a fucking powerful movie.
Oh my God, yeah.
I'm gonna have to revisit that again.
Oh, but Susan George, goodness me.
Man. Oh yeah, she was, man. Fucking hell.
My goodness me. Wow. Yeah.
And yet fucking Dave nearly tries to shoot Shaun as well, and God, so he thinks, fuck this, I'm heading out. Anything is better than being here with you. And
he actually pulls the trigger, doesn't he? Because you hear the click of the gun.
Oh yeah, he's willing to fucking do it. It's like
harsh, but see ya.
No, and fucking Di, she really evolves here as well. She's kind of been very passive towards what's happening there, and she's finally venting her frustration at Dave as well, because you were only here because you didn't have a fucking choice. You had no idea what you wanted to do next. So, and he does finally calm down, and it almost looks like he's about to redeem himself as well. He apologizes to Liz, and he does almost look like he's about to apologize to Shaun before this shit happens. He gets fucking grabbed through the window and torn apart.
Yeah.
Very,
very Day of the Dead.
Oh
yeah,
where that guy fucking just gets ripped apart.
I was expecting that's what I was expecting.
Joe got him.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, and Dad really tries to fucking save him, but ends up fucking tearing his leg off by accident. And and this is one thing that confuses me, because in the extras, the plot holes reveals that she did survive. She fought her way through the crowd of zombies, and found solace in a tree above them and survived for days eating fucking Dave's leg.
Oh,
I know. Now, here comes the
Uh,
confusing bit
Lush.
because the names of the characters actually spell out their fate. Shaun is reborn, Liz lives, Di dies,
Oh.
Dave grave, Barbara cadaver, Phil killed, P eat, Ed is dead. It's so yeah.
What?
Why is Di die when she fucking lives then?
Who came up with that?
Yeah, it's in the trivia. I mean, it's like fucking hell, man.
Deep.
is that legit, or is that just in
It
some?
seems to be legit. It really seems legit. It's in the trivia track
Wow.
on the DVD. It's in the trivia. It's on the DVD. It's
Oh, really?
yeah.
Oh,
If you
that's
switch it on,
interesting.
if you switch it on the trivia track, it will say that. It's once again adding more fucking complexities and layers to such a simple film.
Yeah, do you know what? I reckon that was kind of retroactively, thought about. That was definitely something that they thought, oh yeah, we can. Yeah, that sounds really good.
Yeah, that can work.
Yeah.
Put it on the Intersphere.
Yeah.
Tin
Yeah,
spin.
Nix is actually right here as well because it is hinting at the end that the zombies are kind of like showing some kind of instinctive recollections despite their situation. So, yeah. Oh no, David. Anyways, I like that. But now the zombies are all fucking. They're just fucking making their way through now. They're proper storming the place.
Hmm.
Shooting them's not doing any good now. They're just wasting shells. Ed tries to get the Molotov cocktails ready, and they're doing their best to keep the zombies at bay at a good distance. And guess what? Coincidentally, Pete manages to make his way to the fucking pub. It's like it's almost he instinctively is trying to get at Ed. For all the
Thought he
fucking,
was supposed to be at work.
yeah,
Why is he at the pub?
yeah. Fuck a doodle do. And I like how Ed fucking grabs him as well. It's like he's taking his frustration out on him as well. He's calling him a thick fuck.
Yeah, don't groan at me.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Ed is fucking bitten twice. I mean, and he really fucking suffers as well. It's not just one bite. I mean,
Munch. Yeah.
yeah, they're proper fucking chewing away at him. It's and apparently he's making the pain noises he's making, the agonizing noises, is the noise of an orangutan. Apparently,
Being attacked by a zombie.
yeah. And once again, the line that Shaun has been saying to Pete: "Leave him alone." It's not just a casual. He's not just a casual. Stop bullying him. No, leave him alone. Bang! Blows his fucking eyeball out. It's a fucking great moment as
It's a
well.
good shot, like. It's the first good shot
Yeah.
he's done all
I
movie.
know.
Fucking rubbish.
So now the zombies are surrounding the bar. He's calling out for Ed. Thankfully, it turns out Ed is he's very badly injured, but he's still alive. They light the bar on fire to keep the zombies away, but the fucking shells are on the bar. The shells are on the bar, and once
Yep.
again, stagger back to and once again it hints back to Ed's plan as well. You know, a couple of little princesses stagger back to the bar, then bang, shots.
Ah. Well spotted, sir.
Yep. And it's almost like she's getting revenge on them for all the fucking horrible shit they've been talking about.
Yeah.
Around the bar. It's like,
The cockmaster's in the house.
yeah. And this bit is a little bit fucking silly and exaggerated, but it's still funny. Like the shells just ricochet and hit her right in the head, right at the moment she's about to kill him. And it's like a lucky break as well. So they go underneath the hatch.
Into the cellar.
And now they're trapped. Yeah, because they think, because Ed's told them that the hatch will lead their way into the streets and they can escape. But unfortunately, the hatch is locked. They can't get out. And it's looking like it's the end for them now. So it's like this very harsh situation that they have to, that they're trying to assess now, reflect on, I should say. And yeah, it's like they've got no choice now. But you know, there's only 2 shells. I mean, what we're gonna do? One of us will have to kill one person and do the other in. And he even says, "I don't think I have it in me to kill my mother, my girlfriend, and myself, my flatmate, and myself all in one night." And she kind of calls him out, saying, "Why are you saying that I'm your girlfriend? What makes you think I've just taken you back?" And he's like, "Well, you don't want to die single, do you? And plus, a lot of change. I've not had a fag since yesterday." And she does show a little bit of sympathy for him, and she actually says, "Well, you know what? You've come this far. Let's have a little fag. I think you've earned it." And she kind of is full of shit as well, because those are the fags he threw away in the bin. She took them out the bin and smoked them.
Of course, smoking fags has a completely different meaning in America. Just saying.
Yeah, smoking cigarettes for our American friends.
For our cousins.
Now, I don't know if this was an intentional reference as well, though, but apparently the lighter being used to see the switch to a lift is kind of maybe a reference to Resident Evil 2. Because there is a section of the game where,
Yeah.
you know, you have to find the lift, you have to find the switch, but you have to use a lighter to find it. So I don't know if that's,
yeah, sounds about
feasible.
right. Yeah.
no, but it has given him a little bit of hope as well. So he tries to convince Ed to come with him, and Ed, this is kind of a little bit of a redemption for him as well, because he says, "No, just go. I'm only going to hold you back." Yeah. And yeah, he apologizes to him for shouting at him, and it's a very sad moment as well. And especially when that fat gag comes back. Once again, it's just a fat gag at the beginning, but here it's really fucking moving. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a film where a fat gag has almost made me cry. I know,
Well,
it's,
it certainly made his eyes water.
yeah,
now.
I know, because it's a fat joke has fucking meaning.
Yeah.
How the fuck did they do that? They gave they made a fat joke an emotional payoff.
It harkens back to the good
Yeah,
times.
because it's the last time he's gonna fart for him and make him laugh.
Remember the good old days when I farted in the flat and
Yeah,
everything was
and the line,
nice.
and I love the line as well, saying, "I'll stop doing them when you stop laughing," and
Yeah.
I'm not laughing, and it does. It fucking breaks my heart as well. A fucking fat joke broke my heart in the best way possible. And once again, Edge fucking redeems himself. He's willing to hold the zombies off so Shaun and Liz can escape. It's like the most he's ever done for him in his final moments. And once again, another fucking childish joke as an emotional payoff as well. I love you too. Gay. Oh, it's so fucking good, man. It is. So yeah, and it's looking like they're about to go out fighting and hopefully make it out alive. And ready? Bang! The fucking army shows up just out of nowhere and totally fucking saves their ass. And yeah, and Adam, yeah, was it Joe Cornish or Adam? Is it Adam? That's on this scene because he's in there somewhere, innit, getting shot by the army.
Yeah. Could be Joe Cornish.
Joe Cornish, that's it. Yeah, I always get mixed up which one is Adam and Joe. And then comes Yvonne as well, and she's still got a weapon. She's so she's done better. She's found she's saved by the army, and I'm assuming that her friends may have done. I don't know, because they're supposed to be the group that's doing better, so I assume they did survive. And once again, how are you doing? Surviving. Not just another throwaway line from the beginning. It pays off here because they have been surviving or trying to survive. And yeah, glad someone made it. And it's not just an expression now. It's a literal thing. They made it. Someone made it. Very clever writing. Once again, they don't waste these fucking lines. They put them in and make them seem very insignificant, but then they have this very powerful payoff.
And zombies from hell.
Yeah, I kind of have the feeling this is what would happen if in the aftermath of a zombie apocalypse, because everything's kind of been trivialized now. It's all been sensationalized, everything, and made into a fucking gimmick. That the TV companies are cashing in on something tragic. Zombies from hell, and yet that once we go back here, this is all superimposed from Dawn of the Dead, the scene where all the rednecks are just using zombies as target practice at the beginning. And right here, Edgar Wright in the background. He's the zombie that falls down.
Is he?
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice little Hitchcockian moment there.
Don't forget Keith Chegwin.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
He pops up later, doesn't he? Yeah, and I love all the I love the news anchors as well.
Rob Brydon was in there, Zombies from Hell presenter.
Yeah, fucking hell, that God, man, I can't believe I missed that as well.
Yeah.
And yet you should watch the extras as well on this little clip. It's really fucking funny. Yeah, Coldplay have lost their band members, and they have some characters played by Simon Pegg and Nick Frost as replacements. And Simon Pegg keeps getting all gear on Chris Martin, which makes me laugh. Yeah, exactly. It's in the fucking trivia. I did find the Jost response for characters' fate rhyming, but I can't find the actual source. And yeah, it's really fucking funny. It's very satirical. It's almost got a little bit of that George A. Romero commentary, which he always did so fucking well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look, Rafe Spall's character has ended up as a zombie, and he's just it's a very fucking cruel payoff for this character as well.
It's not too far removed from his original self.
Yeah, and that's when Shaun was showing customers the TV, this character was on Trisha earlier on as well, complaining about her husband, and now that the zombie apocalypse happened, she's back on, and her husband's a zombie, and the relationship is even stronger than ever. So fucking
What's bizarre about this is, and I'm sure you must know about this, but they actually did interrupt a recording of Trisha when they did this, and they did this for real on a Trisha show during one of the recordings. Obviously, it was taken out of an original recording, but they did record this as they were going to be recording a proper Trisha show. So all of the audience were completely unaware of any of this, of any of the movie, of what anything was about. Nobody was briefed or anything. So they were taken on set, and obviously the first one where you've got a girlfriend or some woman and her husband, and she's not getting on with him, and then the second part of it where they revisit, again, that's another show, another recording on another day, and the audience aren't aware, and they seem to apparently react as they would if it was, as if this guy was really a zombie. But from what I understand, they were of the understanding that this woman had turned up with her husband, and her husband was playing at being a zombie, and the audience were sort of quite repulsed by it. So obviously not that he was a real zombie, not believing that it was a real zombie, but him acting like he was a zombie, and the audience were reacting to him acting like he was a zombie, having this sort of sanctimonious, shouting from the audience and comments and everything. But utterly bizarre. But this is how dim these kind of audience members were of these shows. Ridiculous.
I know they had no fucking idea what was happening. It's
yeah.
I mean, kids these days, when they watch this film, they will not fucking get this joke. I mean, I was a fucking teenager in the 2000s. We had show like this a lot, and this was before Jeremy Kyle as well. And Trisha was like the big thing for this, and I give credit to the actors playing the people, playing the girl and the husband as well. They actually do convince us as the kind of people that do end up on these shows as well. She's got the fucking mannerisms right as well. The way they talk, the rhythms of their speech patterns, everything. It's so well done. Even Trisha kind of does a good job acting in that small little moment.
She does actually, yeah.
Yeah, she surprisingly does. I mean, that face where she goes, "You got a bed with it?"
Yeah. But that was what she was like on her show anyway. She was,
I know.
no
Yes.
different
Yeah.
at all. Yeah. So yeah, she
Yeah.
pulled
So
that
she
one
did.
off.
Yeah, I know. So she did come across it very naturally because sometimes where they have to play themselves, they end up still looking like they're trying to act like themselves. But Trisha, no,
Mm,
she still came across like she was
mm,
still hosting that show for real.
mm.
Mm.
Yeah, I think it was quite smart them doing that, though. I think
Yeah.
to actually get a genuine sort of reaction from the audience, and but yeah, they're thick. Yeah,
Oh yeah, yeah. The fact that the audience members actually had no fucking clue what was happening. That's
yeah,
God. You can't write that shit. You really
uh,
can't.
Thick as mince,
yeah,
as they
thick
Uh,
say.
as mince. Yeah, yeah,
yeah. What I think what I do is that you don't need to. You need to stop fucking cheating. Stop being a cheating
yeah.
scumbag. No. All right.
Wow, nailed it, man. Nailed
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. So it's Saturday in where you are as well. So yeah, thank you,
Happy
man.
birthday, you bastard.
Yeah, I'm getting fucking old now. Once again, nice little callback from the beginning where it's a new morning. And the place is all nice and tidy. Liz is there instead of Ed, and she's not real so keen. She's much more keen to just be very comfortable now. I think I think this zombie apocalypse has kind of gotten her out of this rut, and now she can start to feel maybe I can relax now and just be in my comfort zone a little bit more now.
Mm.
And yeah, she just wants to chill out now. I think this zombie apocalypse, she's had enough excitement to last for a lifetime. She's just playing it safe. And even Shaun wants to have sugar in his tea as well, and be a bit more adventurous.
Sugars. It's about as adventurous as he gets, I think.
Yeah, I know, and I think I might just go in the garden. It's almost like he's taking up gardening as well, but no, it's to play fucking video games in the shed with his mate.
Yeah.
And it's kind of fucked up as well, but it's
It's
kind of like
horrible.
the same. Yeah, it's kind of like the same relationship he's gonna have, just having Ed fucking just sit there existing and hang out with.
Mm.
Nothing's really changed here. And it goes
Lovely.
back to what Pete said. You want to go live live like an animal, live in the shed, and he finally does. He lives in the shed.
You thick fuck.
Yeah,
Yeah. Sort your fucking life out, mate.
Yeah.
yeah.
I love that line.
And I
Mm.
fucking cry when this fucking happened. When Ed fucking tried to bite him, and he's like, "Hey, not biting," and he just goes on the fucking video game. I cracked up laughing, and
Yeah,
it's a good little note to end on. It really is. It's
yeah, yeah,
ending on with
yes,
Queen's "You're my best
yeah,
friend,"
yeah.
and
I
I was
wonder
shown
what.
like, God, it's 20 fucking years old. I still love it. It's still clever.
Mm,
It's still funny. It's still so fucking well done. It's
mm.
ah.
Just begs the question. I wonder what Ed's shoes smell like.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
yeah. He's gonna be fucking stinking more. No way could he have this relationship for this long. He's got to fucking put him out of his misery one day. But
God. Sort
But
your fucking
isn't it
life out.
amazing? Isn't it amazing to look at this? Obviously, we look at Space, and we look at this, and then Hot Fuzz and World's End. Um, it was kind of written in the stars, really, that Edgar Wright was going to be an amazing director. I think it's just straight after Spaced. I think once we were in the first season of Spaced, I think it was pretty obvious, wasn't it? I mean, this is a
mm,
really genuinely talented man that has a unique visual style, which has been copied and parroted by so many people now. Everyone seems to think that their ideas are original, but it has to start somewhere. And I think looking at things like Spaced and then onto this, the big screen.
And then his
Um,
next venture is The Running Man.
that's Edgar Wright.
Yeah.
he's doing the running
Is
man.
it really? Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I'll
Thank
fucking
God.
shut up and take my money. Fucking hell.
Um,
Yeah.
Josh
Do you know?
Brolin's in it and Glenn Powell, I think, as well.
Do you know, if that was anybody else, and I genuinely mean
Mm.
that, if that was anybody else that was directing that, I wouldn't have even bothered with it. I
Yeah,
genuinely would not have bothered with it.
it should be good. I
Yeah,
think he's going to stick more to the source material, where I
yeah.
think the original movie was just sort of embellished, wasn't
And
it?
embarrassing.
Yeah, it's definitely to cash in on Arnie's success as well at the time. But
Yeah, yeah,
I hope he
yeah.
doesn't. I hope he doesn't lose any sense of fun when making it, because I mean, I still want to see that Edgar Wright sort of like style
Yeah.
that has made his film so distinctive.
Yeah, I
There's a
mean,
few people attached already. Josh Brolin's going to play the villain. Glenn Powell's in there as well somewhere. There's a guy called Lee Pace. I recognise the name.
Lee Pace, yeah, he was in. He was Ronan in Guardians of the Galaxy, and he was.
Ah, right,
I
yeah.
forgot the name of the character, but he's in the Hobbit trilogy as well.
Carl Glusman. Anybody?
Carl Glusman.
Carl Glusman.
Wait,
Yeah.
that's
no, I don't
Let's
know.
see what he's been in. Doesn't say what he's
Carl
been in.
Glusman. Let's have a look.
Get him on IMDb, see what he's done.
I'm assuming that this is going to be Edgar Wright adapting the story himself, doing his adaptation of the story, not just directing.
Possibly. I think, well, yeah, it probably is, because I've heard tell that he's going to stick to the. He must have said it himself. He's going to stick to the source material, and write it from there.
Great.
So
Great.
I would imagine so, yeah, because I mean he's a writer essentially, isn't he?
Yeah, he's directing it though. He is directing it.
Yeah.
And it won't be out till November next year. So let's
couldn't
hope
wait for that.
oh yeah, Glenn Powell's going to be on it. Fucking yeah.
Something
Man,
to
I
look
like that
forward
actor.
to, I guess.
So yeah, let's hope it ends up being good.
Do like a bit of Josh Brolin. I wish they'd get another Sicario underwear.
Oh, Sicario is so fucking good, and
Yeah,
because I do trust Edgar Wright. I mean, even though I think the ending could have been of Late Night in Soho could have been better, I still kind of trust him as a director though, because he still comes across as someone who knows what he's doing, and he's still trying to make films because he has a love for it as well.
Yeah, I think this is where people like him and Tarantino, you know that you're in safe hands. Whereas, and I know this is going to make an awful lot of people quite angry, but as much as I really do enjoy what or some of what Christopher Nolan has done. Oh, sorry, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, it was breaking up a little bit, but you're fine now.
Yeah. So, as much as I kind of I do like what Christopher Nolan has done thus far, or at least some of it. I kind of think that he's quite self-indulgent now. It's
He does. I know,
I'm
because
not.
it's like
Yeah.
his characters like the characters don't speak like characters. They seem to spell exposition out all the time, and that's one of the few flaws. But I do respect Christopher Nolan because he is very ambitious, though, and he does try and go out his way to try and tell a story his way. But he just needs someone to try and make his characters come across more human, though.
Yeah.
To make it work, because even though I love the concepts he tries to execute,
yeah,
we
I
still
think
need to care about the characters, don't we?
he does. I think he does kind of need a little bit of reining in sometimes. It doesn't. Everything doesn't have to be quite so big, and quite so complex all the time. Um, visually, he's absolutely remarkable filmmaker, really wonderful, and I'm quite lucky to have worked on films with Christopher Nolan. But I just don't want it all the time. I want to see him make something slightly different. It doesn't have to be this
Yeah,
monumental
I would like to see him
project,
do something smaller again, like he did with Insomnia, because it's a very Nolan film, but the character still kind of talks like characters as well in that film.
Mm, mm.
No, and this goes back to Shaun of the Dead as well. It's got that style that Sean Pegg and Edgar Wright and Jessica Stevenson did in Space, where the dialogue always does sound like it could be referenced from a film, but at the same time, it still sounds very natural within the context of the
Yeah,
characters or the situations they're in.
yeah,
And
yeah.
and they do still feel like human beings. They're very flawed human beings, and it's another reason why Gary King in Wild's End could have been annoying in the wrong hands, but no,
Mm,
he does. You do feel fucking sorry for this guy, even though he's a bit of a inconsiderate arsehole.
mm, mm. Yeah, I got to be honest, I absolutely adored Baby Driver. I thought it was an
I liked it
amazing.
as well. I mean, I like the Aaron Edgerton? What's his name? The actor who plays oh, his name fucking escapes me, but he's actually a very likable actor, and I want to see him do some more stuff. I've not seen him in anything recently.
Who
It's
who are we talking about?
Yeah, the actor in Baby Driver.
yeah,
Oh, Ansel Elgort,
Yeah, Baby
the
Driver.
main
Yeah,
guy. Ansel. Yeah. Yeah, you don't see much of him now, do you?
I know. He seems to have a good bit of screen presence. He's got a good
Yeah.
charm to him as well, a very likable charm.
He was
And
in that.
yeah, Baby Driver was back in 2017, so he's aged out a bit. So he could probably get some more leading man roles.
mm.
Yeah, I think so. He was in the Divergent, Allegiant, Detergent, whatever the fuck it was called. Uh,
Yeah.
oh, he was in West Side Story as well, which
Oh,
which
yeah.
didn't have
Fucking, that
any
was a couple of years ago
subtitles.
with
'Cause,
the bloody snow shite woman.
yeah, no subtitles because subtitles are racist apparently. So
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Oh yeah. Fucking hell, he's in Tokyo Vice. I need to watch that show.
yeah,
I need to watch.
Tokyo Vice. It's got Baby Driver 2 stuck up there. Hang on, what's going on there?
Yeah,
That
Baby
can't
Driver
be right.
2. Fucking, I hope it does, man. If Edgar Wright directs it again,
yeah.
I'll be on it because I've only seen that film once, but yeah, I'll try and watch it again because
Apparently, Edgar Wright has said he has finished the script for Baby Driver 2.
Oh,
yeah, I want to see this character come back. I mean, a lot of people were puzzled why he was always dancing around with these sounds, but apparently because of his problems, that's
mm.
that's how he knows the world through music. So that's why
Yeah,
he's kind of
yeah,
just walking around like he's dancing to everything.
Mm.
And
yeah.
apparently
But
that's very common with people with his condition. So
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I thought it was a really good idea, a really, really interesting idea. But in terms of the Cornetto trilogy, though, I think this as the first part of the Cornetto trilogy, I mean, what an outstanding opening to a trilogy. I mean, it's an incredible piece of work. We'll still be talking about Shaun of the Dead in 20 years' time. I'd guarantee you of that.
Yeah, I know. It's like, I mean, because it's been 20 years since it came out, and we're talking about it now. And
Mm, yeah,
because
and it's one of these things where, right, we're talking about this film and it's 20 years old, right? How many films do we genuinely believe that are being released today? Obviously not today, but at the moment, within the last few months or this year, how many of those films do we genuinely think that we will be talking about in 20 years' time?
not many, not many. I'm
Uh,
hoping Leroy Texas will be talking about in 20 years' time because
mm,
it does seem to have a lot of elements that have from films that I've seen
mm.
from 20 years ago or 30 years ago that has made me come back. So who knows? I hope that is one of them.
It's to do with the rewatchability of a movie.
Mm.
Um, uh, you know, I think if I want to go out and buy a physical copy of something, if I don't just want a digital copy or just don't just want to stream it, I'll do everything I can to get hold of a physical copy of that. Or, come hell or high water, whether it's released in this country or not, I'll try to get a physical copy. And when I own a copy, I value. It basically means that when we own copies, we do tend to value them quite a bit. not just because of the intrinsic value of a Blu-ray or a 4K or a DVD or whatever medium we're using. But we do value that movie. We hold it dear to us, and we keep that in our collection. So that becomes kind of part of us. It's not something that's disposable. We don't see physical media as a disposable thing, whereas digital media is infinitely disposable. And I think to have a digital collection of movies is considerably different, because we can easily just press delete. We can get rid of them at will. But with a physical medium, with a physical movie, we have that value, that intrinsic, not just the intrinsic value of it, but we buy it because we want to rewatch it. We want to be able to pick that thing up and dust it down and open it up and put the thing in the player, and that whole kind of interactive nature of a physical medium.
It's tactile.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not
Plus you can-
it's not getting fucking edited for things that may be problematic to fucking sensitive audiences
Yeah.
either. It's not being faffed about with, unlike the stuff on streaming.
A lot
Yeah.
of the time it's an original version, or you even get like a director's cut or special edition or
Yeah.
whatever. You can read the back cover and
Yeah.
see what extras is in there, or
Yeah.
what sort of Dolby sound system it's got available.
Yeah, and it's but it is that it's all of those things, and it is also that you're secure in the knowledge that you've actually purchased something, you've actually spent your hard cash on something that you are going to treasure, that you're going to value, that you're likely to keep for some considerable time, but also secure in the knowledge that come hell or high water, nobody can change what's on that disc for you if a particular political wind blows in a particular direction. So nobody can alter that for you. Nobody can alter your method of intake. Nobody can alter that information that's on that disc. No one can take that away. Whereas if we have a digital media and streaming, as quite rightly you said, those can be manipulated and taken down and rejigged and recut and things taken out, and it's like in the animated Lilo and Stitch, isn't there? And they've taken a few bits and pieces out of that and redone that because things were considered to be inappropriate. But yeah, we have that. We'll always have that physical piece of media that nobody will be able to touch. No one can edit that for us, thank goodness. That's why I value physical media well above anything that any streaming service puts out. And I would encourage absolutely everybody to buy physical media, to get the physical media market back up on its feet. Because we won't be seeing these movies like this anymore if we don't retain them, if we don't keep hold of films like Shaun of the Dead. In 20 years' time, we won't be seeing them. It will be tucked away in some streaming service where things will be altered by whomever wants to make the alterations to fit their particular agenda. And we won't see the films in their entirety. But buy physical media, particularly old DVDs. Buy DVDs.
VHS. Get the VHS.
Yeah, VHS and DVD. Yeah, I mean, go back to them. You'll find more original versions of movies on VHS and DVD than you will on any other medium.
I've got Star Wars trilogy on VHS, and I'm not even sure if it's the original version.
I've got the specialized versions, so none of that, no fucking CGI dinosaurs or any of that other bollocks like that.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. What a white load of old rubbish, as they say.
I kind of still appreciate how Shaun of the Dead has just got all these layers as well that you just miss as well on the first, even the 100th time watching.
Yeah.
And they really made it work as well. When you watch the extras on this, you can really see how much care and passion they've been putting into make this work as well. They didn't just want to rip off George A. Romero. They really wanted to make a film that they loved that they wanted to tell, while also paying homage to the very thing that influenced it.
Yeah, something different but very, very familiar and relatable.
Mm.
Brilliant.
I mean, I do hate the constant use that you hear of the phrase "a love letter to."
Yeah.
People say, "Oh, this is a love letter to horror movies," and it's always the most unimaginative press that use that hackneyed old phrase. "Oh yeah, Quentin Tarantino, it's a love letter to Hollywood." It's a love letter to this. It's a love letter to exploitation movies, and this is a love letter to zombie movies and horror. It's not. It's a proper. It's a proper homage. It's a proper. It's not even. This isn't even parody. This
I
isn't.
know, 'cause even they
This is.
said they didn't want to make it a spoof. They wanted to actually do their own film, and that just happened to be a comedy.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's using those elements, as you say, those different layers from, and it is a multi-layered film. All those different things, those tiny little details that absolutely correctly say you'll notice on every single watch. Always find something that you've never seen before. There'll be someone there. Um, I think a few times I never really noticed the guy eating the pigeon, and the pigeons beforehand, in the first walk up, and all those just tiny little things, the little things, it'll be like a sticker on a lamppost, or a little piece of signage, or a headline on a newspaper that's been discarded, or anything like that. Those tiny things, everything's been thought through. Every single element, every visual element, every piece of dialogue. I mean, there's nothing there, as both of you have said, that has been wasted. Not a thing, not a single word, not one piece of dialogue has been wasted.
Mm.
It's been pared down until you have everything that's required there. It's just a masterclass, I think, in writing and directing.
Tighter
Yeah,
than
for
a
anyone
gnat's
that's
chuff.
for anyone that wants to learn about fucking screenwriting, watch the extras on Shaun of the Dead, where him and Edgar Wright have got this fucking drawing board with all the ideas that they had in 2001 before they even shot this film. It's a really good, fascinating piece of footage of watching these two and how they work their way of planning these of actually planning a story out and how to make it work.
Mm.
And it's a
Yeah.
shame we don't get many script writers who kind of have that. I mean, because we get different writers, don't we? We've got the pantsers and I think the planners, don't we?
Yeah.
These two seem like planners.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you don't plan, you got
Mm.
no hope, really. If you have to have an idea of how to execute something, it has to be planned out. It's all about planning and preparation,
Yeah.
whether it be story or production. It doesn't matter. You know, um, you can quite easily sort of sit there, in front of a keyboard and start bashing things out. But why waste your time just bashing things out, and without any kind of formulation of plan? It makes no sense to me.
Perfect planning prevents.
Well, yeah. Some people do prefer pantsing because like they have a character and they're trying to figure out what this character would do to progress the story. But
Mm,
then again, I probably need to try out these different methods, see what works for me if I
mm,
ever start to think of planning to do any writing myself. I mean, I've got a couple of ideas, but I have no idea how to fucking flesh them out or add more to them. It's yeah. So I think I'd rather leave that into the hands of people who know what they're fucking doing.
mm. Yeah, it's. I think the first thing is that you put your ideas on paper. You make sure you have your initial ideas on paper. It doesn't matter what format it's in. Whether you write it in longhand or on a typewriter or it's on your computer. It doesn't matter, even if it's just a bunch of notes that have been cobbled together. As long as you have them in some kind of order and you have something that's relatively coherent, as your basis, so you know where you are, and you can take it from there. Are you talking about writing a script? Is it a script that you're talking about,
Well,
or a
maybe for something,
story?
it's just
Mm,
it sounds like it could be a good idea, but I don't know if it could be. It could have anything worth making a film
mm,
or maybe it could be a short story, just something
mm,
like that. But I have no idea. To be honest, I have no idea. It's like just find the time to sort of punch it out, for a lack of a better term.
mm.
Mm. But if I do come up with something, I'll let you know and see
Yeah,
what,
yeah,
what
it'd
could
be
happen here.
interesting. Yeah, be interesting. I mean, I got to be honest with you. I mean, I love hearing people saying that they'd like to write something. They want to write something. Want to write either a short story or write a book or write a screenplay or something. I just love hearing that people are confident enough to be able to put something down. You know, um, because so many people aren't. So many people just, they keep the idea in their head, and for the most part, that's probably where those ideas are best left, in the head. Um,
Mm.
but sometimes, but it's even if it's for your own enjoyment, to sort of exorcise something from you, to get something out. Even if you're the only reader of it, you don't have to necessarily have an audience. But I think anybody who's planning on writing something, even if it's for your own pleasure.
I started writing a novel about uh, some years ago.
Mm,
I think it's on my other computer. I don't know if it's dead or not. But
Oh yeah, fucking the signal was playing up a bit again.
I might try and retrieve it. I was writing, and it's funny enough, it was a zombie apocalypse movie about a young girl who's trying to find her father. It's based in the UK. He was working on the oil rigs, and he was away at the time that this all kicked off.
mm,
She was staying with an aunt or a friend or something like that. Zombies arrived, and then it was started off sort of part way into the apocalypse, and her just
mm,
trying to make her way.
mm,
But I
That
didn't
does actually
plan it
sound
out.
very.
So
It does actually sound very scary, because you've got a character that's
yeah,
in a very, very hostile situation, and she's vulnerable,
she's
but
just
has
by
to
herself. Yeah,
adapt very quickly and hope she can make it out alive. I
meets up
kind of
with
like that.
she meets up with a group of people who so everything's like based on things, which is
mm.
the best thing to write about.
Yep.
It's about a group of sort of not so much delinquents, but sort of adopted kids that were
Mm,
on this either farm or institution or something like that, where they were wayward kids, but they were looked after by this person who
mm,
has met their demise. So there was 5 or 6 kids, everyone different character, individuals. There was a couple of lads who were sort of the head of the group, a little bit older, 17, 18-year-old, looking after these kids between the ages of like 5 and 6 upwards.
mm,
And they meet up with, I think the character was called Eve, meet up with her eventually and decide to go on this road trip to try and find her father, just to reunite them. That was the basic premise of the novel. I kind of ran out of steam though, because like you were saying before, like to plan
mm,
is the way forward. I didn't
mm.
really plan it out. I was kind of writing blind, and that's not the way to do it. But
Pants in
who
them.
knows? I might go back to it at some point, finish it off, and see what happens.
Sounds
I
interesting.
actually, you know what? I actually did have an idea for maybe something that could be used as a comic book, but and I did actually have a little bit of a plan out, and it was all I was just making notes on my phone, but then my phone fucking died. and for some reason it just went blank. I tried to retrieve all the information on my new phone, and it just didn't happen. So that's fucking lost.
Mm.
I still have the plan out for at least the first issue anyway.
Mm.
You see, it's just getting it all down again and find the time to write it. And who knows, I might be able to improve on it. Who knows? I just need to.
Come on, man, get your finger out.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I think now, since we've been through the whole COVID thing, we're kind of almost slightly familiar with that. Everything outdoors is dangerous. That bizarre time. When I look back on the whole COVID situation, it just makes you think, hang on, did that genuinely, did that happen? It's weird.
Yeah.
It seems like it was something else. Maybe it was a news report that I dreamt about or something like that. It just doesn't feel real. And
No.
there's kind of elements of at the end of Shaun of the Dead where that kind of cozy time that he's having with Liz, it just reminded me a little bit of what it felt like at the end of the COVID pandemic. That weird feeling. I don't know, a really, really odd feeling. But the zombie thing and the plague thing and an outbreak story, these kind of plagues and zombie stories, they're infinitely popular. I don't think they've been overdone because they can still be done really, really well. Although there are people that copy people who have copied people and have kind of come up with something that's not particularly interesting because the protagonists are not particularly interesting, and you just feel like they've hit the play, rewind, repeat button. You know what I mean? Um, and I know an awful lot of people were disappointed with the World War Z movie.
Oh, that is one of my favorite films.
Yeah,
I kid you not.
I got to be honest with you. Right? I think a lot of people were quite snobby and snooty with the fact that it wasn't a direct adaptation of the book.
Yeah, but wasn't the
I mean,
book like an anthology? Was it
yeah,
like
it's an anthology,
separate,
exactly that.
documented,
Yeah,
almost documentary style? But
exactly that.
I think the film did follow some sort of sense of the beginning of the novel or something like that.
Mhm.
There was something in there that they just took from the novel and just ran with that rather than yeah.
Yeah, there were a few little bits and pieces that were
Mm,
that I mean, they've tried to take as much out of the books, the stories, the book as possible.
mm.
Um, but it was, if I'm honest with you, I think if you read the book, if you really go through the individual stories, it's almost an impossibility
Yeah.
to adapt that book. It's really hard because it's a series of, if you like, documented accounts of different areas of the world, different areas of different countries of
Mm.
the world, where there was an outbreak and individual situations. I mean, it's a very, very good book. Very, very good book. I didn't think the film was that bad. I really didn't.
Like I say, like as a film, as a piece of entertainment, I absolutely love that
Mm,
film.
mm,
I don't know if I think it's just me. I have this affinity for movies that contain a journey, and I don't know
mm,
what it is or where it stems from.
mm.
But when this people are sort of moving from place to place, and each time they go somewhere, they find another clue or they get closer to
Yeah.
the goal, literally and figuratively.
Mm,
Um, and then they arrive at the final destination, and everything's sort of equilibrium has been re-established,
mm.
if you like. Um, yeah, and there's some, great action set pieces in it. I love Brad Pitt in it. I think he does a really
Yeah,
good job.
I do.
Um,
I do.
He's good, man. He's got a fucking charm to him as well,
yeah,
especially
Yeah.
on screen.
I do think it was unfairly criticized that,
yeah,
we sort of reached a point now where an awful lot of people, um, uh, and I'm not,
snobs.
yeah, yeah, I just don't like that snobbery about, oh, that's crap. It's nothing like the book. Um, it, on its own, I mean, if you'd taken the title out and called it something else,
Yeah,
I think most people would have said, yeah, that's a pretty competent movie. That's not bad. Some people were calling it, oh, this is a hot mess. It's one hot mess. It seems to be the standard phraseology. Um, I liked it. I personally liked it. It's not for everybody. I liked it. The book is great, completely different, but the book's great. I know they did an adaptation, didn't they? Do a comic book adaptation of Shaun of the Dead? Wasn't there a full kind of comic book of this?
I know, like
Probably
we
was.
mentioned before, didn't we? About 2000 AD took up the
Yeah,
story of Mary.
and
It's about
it was
as much.
just like this little sort of like mini series with Bloody Mary before she became
Yeah,
a zombie.
I thought they did an actual full adaptation of the
might have done.
movie.
I'll have a look. Was there a Shaun of the Dead adaptation?
Very possibly. Going back to what you said, Gary, about you don't think the zombie genre's been overdone.
Hmm.
I think yeah, there's definitely room for more and more movies. I think the bit that's been overdone is the very, very badly done movies,
Yeah,
which seem to taint the whole genre.
yeah,
People were just making them for the sake of making them. It was like 10 a week were coming out at one point.
yeah.
You know, Something of the Dead, Night of the Living, Hell of the Dead, and all this
Yeah,
stuff.
Return of the Living Dead. Where I don't like the twist in that though, where
Return of the Living
destroying the
Dead.
head isn't always isn't just a damn thing. You can chop the
Yeah.
zombie's head off, but body parts will still keep trying to get you. That kind of thing.
Yeah, that was gruesome, that movie. Like when the dog started coming back to life, but it was only half a dog because it was
Yeah,
one of these. Oh,
but it's more comical though, isn't it? Than
yeah,
full on.
yeah. It's a bit of a comedy, yeah.
It's
But
definitely it's
that was
full on
like
80s horror. That
back in the 80s, wasn't it?
Yeah, what?
yeah.
Yeah, that was Dan O'Bannon, wasn't it?
Was it?
It was Dan O'Bannon. Yeah.
Yeah, so
But
yeah, it was a 4-issue miniseries in 2005
Oh,
by
there you go.
IDW.
right. Okay, that's
Get it.
interesting. Yeah.
Get on eBay, get it
I
bought.
bet that's really rare. I bet it's incredibly rare, don't you?
Possibly.
But yeah, the whole zombie thing. I mean, I think there was a while where it was oversaturated in the video game market because we
Yeah.
had tons like Dead Island, fucking Dying Light, and The Last of Us, which is kind of zombie-ish, but kind of isn't. But
Mm.
it's got that same sort of survival elements where if you get bitten, you're fucked. Someone gets bitten, you kill them straight away. It's but it's I think it's all in execution on there. If you're gonna do a zombie show, it's all in execution.
Yeah.
Do you want to do a very comical new one where it's supernatural, or something like where it's more an experiment that's fucked up, something like biological chemical that's causing this to happen? Yeah, because I mean, Evil Dead, they're basically kind of called Deadites. They aren't really zombies. They're just kind of these very like demons that possess the dead and just go around causing mayhem.
Yeah. I mean, there's no question. There's an awful lot of zombie movies, TV series, books, comic books, etc. But we have the same with vampires. We have an awful lot of vampire movies, books, TV series, comic books, etc., etc. It, I just think they happen to be a very good, a very good kind of catalyst, if you like, for an adventure.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you've got people in desperate situations as well, aren't you? Like people having to adapt.
You're fighting something that's like unfightable, aren't you?
Yeah, and you've got conflict as well because you've got people there with their own ideas on how to survive, and they don't always mesh well with people with different ideals as well. It's so yeah, you can still create a lot of drama with a setting where an environment is surrounded by the undead.
Yeah,
everything's gone to shit.
And of course those as you were saying, Al. You Al, I'm so sorry, Fan Dad.
No.
As you were saying, about the traveling from place to place to place. That's you said that you like that. You like all that.
Yeah.
When a character, and that's kind of part of the adventure, isn't it? That
Yeah, exactly.
that,
Yeah. Also, our character grows as well. I mean, that's also part of the adventure. It's like the hero's journey.
Yeah, that's right. It's not just it's it's a physical and geographical journey as well as you know, as well as an internal journey. It's, you know, it's much more than just the one thing. But I like that. I like those sort of journeys. You know, arriving at a different place and having to deal with different situations. It's but this film though, like I say, I think that we're still going to be talking about this in 20 years' time. I really do.
It is
I
because
genuinely think.
it's a great example of how to just put so much in such a short amount of time,
Mm.
but in a way that most people will miss the first time, even the 100th time or the 1000th time. It's because that's how so well done. It's all meticulously done. There's like every God is in every detail in this movie, and that's enough. It's why I love this film. It's and the characters are really good. The actors are really good. It is actually genuinely funny, and it's genuinely touching when it needs to be. Even in the most unlikely ways, like the fart joke, for example. I mean, seriously, once again, how the fuck did they make a fart joke actually emotional?
Mm. Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. It's great writing, isn't it? Just
yeah.
terrific writing, and it's thought through. It's completely thought through.
Yeah.
You know, and
No line is wasted. No moment is wasted. No detail like a poster in the background or anything
yeah.
that's going on in the background without us noticing at first is wasted.
Mm. And I think that economy, um, that kind of economy and self-discipline in their writing, we don't see that enough. You know, we just have so much overindulgence in, you know, the movies that are run by committees and executives rather than the artists themselves, rather than the writer, rather than the director. You know,
Yeah, just make a movie with zombies and make it funny, and that's it. No, this was not just. These guys did not sit around saying, "All right, let's put these zombies and let's put this bit in. That'll be funny." No, they actually thought things through for
mm,
the actual story they wanted to tell.
yeah, nothing was exactly that. I mean, nothing was done just for the sheer hell of it. Nothing was done for the sake of it. You know, oh, for the sake of a laugh, we'll do this. For the
Mm.
sake of drama, we'll do that. For the sake of something visual, we'll do X, Y, and Z. It's not, you know, everything's been done for a very specific reason. Um, and it does irritate me when you have and I'm going to go back to executives again, people who think that they know how to make movies, people who think they know what audiences want. These are the people that are running the shows. You know, these are for the most part, these are the people that are running the shows, and they're the ones that think that they know what we want, and they don't, because they're not the artists, they're not the creators. They want to be. They're frustrated artists and creators. They want to be this. That's why they have to put their two pennyworth in to try and, you know, make it sound like they had something to do with, that they had a contribution towards something. Um, and they mess it up every time. You know, they have one responsibility, and that's to entertain us. You know, leave that to the people that know how to entertain us.
Agreed. So we are coming up to the end of the show. I think we went on longer than expected, but
A little bit.
honestly, I still enjoy my time. It's because I think it would be very surprising if we got through this stream early because there's just so much in this film that
Mm.
you can't help but fucking talk about. You know, film.
Let's just go through the whole thing again, just see if there's anything we missed. Who needs sleep?
No, there's so many layers to this film as well. There's just so much great little details that just make this film just. It's why it's one of my favorite films, and Hot Fuzz is definitely. I put Hot Fuzz and Wells End in the same category because
Yeah.
I can't just pick one or the other.
Mm.
So yeah, before we go, final thoughts then. Final thoughts on Shaun of the Dead. Clever, funny, bloody, and a downright classic. That has not lost any of its rewatchability. It's a slice of fried gold. No, I will take that back. It's not a slice of fried gold. A full loaf of fried gold.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Fandad, final thoughts.
A big fat Hovis of fried gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 12 out of 10.
Yay.
There's nothing to dislike.
Mm.
I don't think there's anything apart from the Queen scene for me, but it doesn't ruin the film at all. It's going to be a timeless classic for me. It is anyway. You can watch it anytime, 2 or 3 times a year. I think I'd probably watch this. It's a go-to film for anybody, and it's one of my favorite genres: undead people and comedy. It's
Yeah.
just got everything.
It's the
Yeah.
ultimate romantic comedy that happens to have zombies.
Yeah, exactly. I do
Yeah.
like a good zombie. There's a couple of new zombie films coming out that I'll just plug. One of them is got. I was trying to think who it was there, so I got a bit distracted, and I do apologise. One's got Carrie-Anne Moss in and Frank Grillo, and it's called Die Alone. So I'm going to watch the trailer for that soon because that sounds pretty interesting. There's another one that's based on a novel that I haven't even finished it off. That's how bad I am. There's a novel called Handling the Undead, and it's by a guy called John Lindqvist. I think he's Norwegian. He's Norwegian. He's the guy that wrote Let the Right One In.
Right. Okay.
You know about that one. This book, Handling the Undead, it's absolutely heart-wrenching. It's not particularly like, it's not zombie flesh eaters, the dead coming back and killing people. It's just people returning from the dead and coming back and finding their way back to sort of their family home. There's an old guy, a grandfather, who turns up at the door of his wife, and I think his granddaughter's in the house at the time that happens. So that's pretty weird. But the one that got me and just like tore me to shreds was, there's a guy, I think he's a reporter or something like that, and he feels that he was looking after his nephew, and his nephew fell from the balcony. Yeah, so like he feels responsible for his death, and whilst all this sort of news of people returning from the dead, etc., he goes to the grave. Oh man, it's given us like chills talking about it. He goes to the grave of his nephew, and he gets there, and he hears scratching.
Oh.
Yeah, it's fucking. Oh, it's diabolical, man. So he digs the coffin up, takes the little body out with the sunken eyes, and the way it's described is just horrendous. He takes the child home with him in the hope that he can kind of reconnect and find some kind of redemption for what he feels was his fault. Mate, honestly, the book's just awful. But they've made a movie out of it.
Yeah.
I think it's released as we speak.
Yeah,
so
probably.
I might
No,
try and find
probably
it.
it came out February this year,
Oh, did it?
and it's Norwegian. Apparently, it's Norwegian.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So
Right.
I might have
That's
to have a look at that.
that
cheers,
book's on
Mr.
my
Reed, for
list.
Yeah, it's well worth a read. I just need to finish the rest of it.
Yeah, you know what? Listen to next. Do a video about it, Fandad. Let's get your content going. Get your channel going a bit more.
Might have to do that. Yeah.
Just do a quick little live stream if you don't have
Yeah,
time to get a video together. Just something like that.
It's not a bad idea.
And yeah, thank you, Mr. E, for popping on, and the super sticker. It's
Yeah,
greatly
nice one.
appreciated. It really is.
Good lad.
Yeah. So yeah, Inside Man, final thoughts on Shaun the Dead.
Infinitely watchable, classic. As I said, 20 years time, we'll still be saying exactly the same thing about this movie. I just think it's as good a movie as you can possibly get. It's just that. I mean, I can't believe that this is 20 years old. You know, there are only a couple of minor little things that date it, and that would be talking about cable TV and maybe the phone. You know, the mobile phone. That's about it. There's nothing really that dates it. But then, what would date a good story? I mean, those are just minor physical things.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know, this is, it won't date because I don't think humor dates. You know, I don't think good humor
Well,
definitely does not
you
date.
can
Real good comedy doesn't date.
still watch Laurel and Hardy, and
Exactly. I
Oh
I
yeah,
agree with you
definitely.
on that. Yeah, yeah, absolutely agree with you. Yeah, it's a classic. It's a classic, and it's going to be a classic in 2 more decades and 2 more decades after that. It really will be. I love it.
I cannot agree more. I cannot agree more. So yeah. So now we're into the promotional section. So this Sunday, I might be on for the Shields episode 10 and 11 with the Outcast and Inside Man. If are you going to be on Sunday? You said you were going to be on
Yes, mate.
Sunday.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
will,
yeah.
yeah.
Going to be there. Yeah, looking forward to it.
And yeah, Tuesday I'll be on for the Nielsen's ratings, and Thursday I should be having my top 10 scary bastard list for my Halloween
Ooh.
oh,
videos. Also Thursday, 7 p.m. I will be talking about Penguin episode
yeah,
5. Apparently it's called Homecoming. I'll be very excited to find out what happens there. And nothing so far on Friday. I will try and think of something. In fact, Fandad, what film do you think would be perfect for the spooky season to talk about on Friday?
oh, mate. I mean, we've done the thing, haven't we?
We've done the thing.
I like Carpenter at his prime, like Halloween. I know it sounds, cliched, but Halloween would be a good study, or even The Fog with Jamie Lee Curtis. That's another one of my that's in my top 10. Like The Thing, The Fog, and Halloween are all part of my top 10 horror movies.
Yeah, no, that's going to be tough then. I think
Like,
we could do Halloween. At least it's they kind of set a bit. It kind of set the benchmark a little bit for a series of the slasher flicks in the 80s
that's it,
after
yeah.
that.
The
So,
stop
yeah.
and slash, as some people call it, yeah. That's what kicked that off. Yeah. So groundbreaking stuff. Just that whole thing with it, like the POV at the beginning of the movie.
So I
with
think this
Michael
was like
Myers.
because I think this was like Carpenter's first big. I think he did some films before it, but Halloween was the one that started it all for him, and it could be it could be a really good, interesting stream to do as well, because there's probably loads of things that was happening behind the scenes that we could talk about as well. The fact that is that because I kind of like these films very low budget, but they had to be very resourceful to try and get it right, and so it would be
like
more
the William
more
Shatner mask,
interesting to
etc.
talk about as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, I think we'll do that for now, and we'll try and find another time to do the fog.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, thanks for that, Fan Dad. And
No worries, man.
yeah, so yeah, before we go, I've already said what I'm promoting, and Fan Dad, got anything you want to throw out there?
Apparently, I'm doing a video on handling the undead, the novel that I haven't finished reading yet. So
that would be great.
Yeah,
I hope you do, mate. I genuinely
I
hope you do. I
yeah.
think it's a great idea from Nick's, actually.
I'll have a go. I might even finish the novel and do it then. But yeah,
So
see if you
when
can
you
get me. See if you can get me a ticket for Tuesday. Spooky season's coming up. We need to talk about some horror movies.
Ooh,
yeah, I think that won't be till Halloween Day when we talk about. I think I might just call it 10 Halloween classics. That means you can throw in TVs and video games or
No, I meant for
movies.
the
Category,
channel, for the Nilsons.
Yeah.
See if you can get me a ticket.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
ask Lance. I think he'll let you on if 'cause all I have to do is ask. That's all you have to do. Just ask him.
I daresn't.
Yeah, he's a good lad, is Lance. He's
Yeah, well,
he
well,
is.
you'd have to be all nervous around him, mate. I think he'll fit you on. If he doesn't fit you on this time, he'll probably will next time.
I'll have a
That's
go.
things.
He's a good lad, that young whippersnapper,
He is,
Lance.
aye.
He's a good
Yeah.
kid.
He is.
So,
A
Inside Man,
young
anything you want to plug?
whippersnapper. Yes, mate.
Inside
Yeah,
Man?
I'm really looking. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Obviously doing the Shield with yourself, and Outcasts on Sunday. So, really looking forward to that. These next two episodes. I'm hoping, because I haven't watched them yet, I'm hoping that I'm going to like them an awful lot better than the last 2 episodes. Because I think I might have made Toxic a little bit grumpy. Not liking the last 2 episodes as much as the others, but yeah, I'm confident. I think they're going to be quite good. Looking forward to that stream on Sunday. Obviously, I'll see you again on Tuesday, and I've now happening for the rest of the week until next Friday, when I believe, so I've just been told that we might be doing Halloween.
Might be.
Yeah,
That-
we're
that
gonna
we-
do
I
it.
think-
We're gonna
I
do
think
it because I don't think I should do a Halloween stream without Halloween.
Yeah,
At least
it's a
once,
great
anyway.
film.
Mm.
Yeah, and it is a great film. It is a great film.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the first slasher movie, but it did sort of like start this trend that came along in the 80s
Yeah.
with Freddy Krueger and Jason. So yeah, it's
Yeah,
worth
yeah.
mentioning. It's worth
Oh
talking.
yeah.
So yeah, thank you for that. And yeah, Mr. Eat, thank you for the super sticker. That is greatly appreciated. Blue Collar Loser as well for your super chat. Greatly promoted. And Nix and Jamalama, Tony K, and RTNZ. Always good to have you on. All of you on.
David Wilson, Ray
Yeah.
Terry.
Yeah, David Wilson, Ray Terry, Barbara
Monica.
Lawrence. I've said Jamalama already, have I? Lord Toxic as well. And is there anyone else? Outcast as well for joining us. Even if it was for a short while, it's easy lemon squeezy. It's always appreciated. Yeah, I think, have I said Nick's already? Yeah. And
Just about covered all bases there, I think.
oh yeah, the comments has been really, really chatty today.
Good.
Good. That's
Really
great.
good.
Aegis as well. If I really hope I'm pronouncing
Aegis.
your name right. I do apologise, man, if I have happened.
Obviously, if anyone wants to come to my house for a cup of tea and just wait for this whole thing to blow over, you're all welcome.
Yeah.
Just put that
nice
out there now.
pint. How's that for a slice of fried gold?
Yeah.
So yeah, and whether you beautiful bastards are Northern English or not, thanks for joining us. And please remember to like, share, comment, subscribe, and to ring that bell in order to be notified. And if you wish to further support this channel and the rest of my great panel, please subscribe to them as well. I will also post links in the description below to if you want to show further support. And there's also the super chats, super stickers. If you're feeling a little generous, please only donate what you can afford to lose. I would feel very guilty if you donated £1 million, but I would still accept.
Nice.
For any billionaires out there who can lose £1 million or two, you know. I'd feel guilty, but it would be very dishonourable to refuse. Yeah, but right now that's me done, and I'm off to the pub. And please remember to subscribe to my dear guests. I will post the names of their channels in the link very soon. Thank you very much.
Yeah, boy.
And enjoy your weekend as well.